everyone. Can you hear me? I hope everyone can hear me online as well. I'm really happy to be moderating today the second track of GUADEC on the first day. We finally started, we are here, and after a couple of minutes of delay, we can continue with our first speaker, Sri and George. Is it correct?
Georg.
Georg, okay. Excuse us, this is an international conference. It's sometimes hard to get the names right, but we're getting there. And we are going to hear about chaos and GNOME, leveraging the power of community-driven metrics. There you go.
All right. Thank you so much for that introduction. Okay. I'm going to run through my slides here. This talk is Chaos and GNOME, leveraging the power of community-driven metrics. I am Sri Ramakrishna, and my partner in crime is Georg Link from Viturgia. And thanks and welcome to our talk. So who am I? I think all of you know me. I've been part of this community for over 21 years. Professionally, I am a senior community manager and developer relations for OneAPI at Intel Corporation. So I do a lot of things with events organization, which strangely, all the things I'm doing in this job I learned from GNOME, because for some reason, me building Linux App Summit and everything has now moved into a paying gig in corporation. So it just kind of shows that working on open source projects can lead to interesting things in your career. My partner in crime is Georg. He's the co-founder of Chaos Project and director of sales at Viturgia. Do you want to add anything more, Georg? I don't hear you as easily here. Can anybody hear?
If you can't hear me,
Better now.
Much better. Yeah. All right, great. So we're gonna, in this talk, we're gonna be talking about metrics, no kidding, right? But really getting into how metrics can drive storytelling and how they can convince employers to convince funders to give us money, and ways that we can apply metrics in an open source project, in an organization, and then really show how can we do that, right? What are the resources for applying metrics? And then followed by a question and answers. And if you don't have any questions, I will have questions for you. So going forward. So the first thing is defining success, right? And I like to focus on the GNOME Foundation, right? It's a nonprofit organization that believes the world is empowered by technology that we can trust, right? Trust is the kind of key thing here. And we want to build something that's diverse and sustainability to build a personal computing experience. And so what do I mean by diverse? People, skills, technology, community, and sustainability is, do we have enough people? Do we have enough money? Can we fund? So, you know, a lot of us talk about, hey, we don't have enough resources. So defining success is, are we successful in building this equitable project? And so that success, we do that through metrics, right? We need to be seen. We need to be respected. I think these are really important things. I know personally that I would love GNOME to be seen and respected, but how do we communicate that? We want people to use our software. We want people to understand the work that goes into building GNOME, you know, and we want to know about it. How much work does go into a 6-month release cycle? And how do we get people to join our community? Our community is amazing, and we want people to know about it, but how do we communicate that? Again, this is all about storytelling and with numbers, right? So stories is a great way to connect with people on an emotional level. But what are the key? But when you're telling the story, the things that kind of gets you go, is the numbers. If I said, hey, we're adding, the Flap Hub story is amazing. We're adding 40 apps a month. That's 480 people, 480 apps in a year. That's maybe 480 developers coming in and joining those kinds of things. You're telling a story that something's great's going on. And so these metrics and facts is what people remember when you tell the story. So I'm going to run through a couple examples of things where I feel like there's a great story when telling about metrics. And one of my favorite is Flatpak or Flat Hub, right? It's for me, this is finally the ability to measure our ecosystem from an application perspective, right? Like how strong is our application story? And Flap Hub tells our story. It tells how strong that is, right? And I just gave you a metric from my previous slide, but we got 2,600 total desktop apps. We have 1.8, I think, billion downloads, and we know where they're coming from. We know they're popular in the U.S., they're popular in Brazil, they're in Germany or India, or we know who is using our applications from that story, right? And I added this 440 new applications because it means that there is an enthusiasm to build apps on the Linux platform that people are interested in. And these numbers actually can get funneled up, right? If one of the things I use Flatpak for internally at Intel, because I'm always interested in telling, hey, this community is great. From a corporation perspective, you should invest in it. But one of the things, as I told you before, I am the community manager for WinAPI, and there's actually an app on FlatHub called Lightwave Explorer. And I would talk to like a VP or something, and I would say, do you know that this Lightwave Explorer has over 1,000 downloads? That's 1,000 people are using this app. And I can say that with assurance because I have metrics that tells me that many people are using it. And that's a number that you can't actually, that's a number that you can share, right? That's the cool part of this. And it's important that we can tell that story, especially from there, because this is my way of convincing Intel or something that there is an application story. And especially for WinAPI, there are not any apps. I mean, it's really primarily a high performance computing or AI or kind of cloud kind of thing. So when somebody's writing an app using these libraries and it translates to ordinary people running this code, that's actually means something. So this is sort of a good example of why I love talking about it, because it drives a story. Going back to my slides, it drives the story. My next one is fundraising. These are all real experiences I do, right? This is how I use metrics in my life on behalf of GNOME or on behalf of the Linux App Summit. All of these things. It's like when I'm asking for money, I have to say, okay, hey, why should you sponsor this conference? Why should you do this? Well, I'm going back to the other one. There's 40 apps being added. There are people doing things. There are apps of the nature. I can give concrete examples. And so the other things I could say is like, yeah, hey, you know how many GTK apps are being added? Actually, I can't tell that story. We don't actually collect that information. And that is a great story. If you're the GNOME Foundation and you're telling your sponsors, hey, you know, we've added this many GNOME apps for being Adwaita is successful because we can see a clear enthusiasm for using it. And then from a designer's perspective, they're like, hey, yeah, what we're doing is there's conclusive proof that that what our design is good for people. So, but we can't make that argument if we're not collecting that data. So the other one I'm like is sovereign tech fund impact. And I had made a post on Mastodon saying, if you're giving money to this ecosystem, there's a tangible benefit that we're doing, and whether it's accessibility or graphics or gaming or something, this pool of money is being used. But there's no consistent way that we're doing impact. So if you look at this week in GNOME, we have a kind of a laundry list of things that's happening, right? But it doesn't really give great context as to where it's going with this. Are these projects done? What is the natural end of funding these projects, right? And you know, if you were to take this list and then I put a little kind of example, like if you have STM GNOME accessibility goals, right? How do you know you're funding fully your accessibility goals, right? So if you took the same list, this is not exactly the same port, but in the last one, you know, we had Adrian landing GTK tree view in Orca, or Joni making all these improvements in accessibility, but there's no meter that says, okay, we're inching towards these goals, we're going to complete it, or we're not. And so from a community perspective, maybe the GNOME Foundation knows these things, but we don't, right? Those things are not being published. So, and when they're public, then you can point to have organizations can look at this and say, oh man, you know, these guys are inching. It's been 6 months and I can see this meter moving forward, right? And that drives that this ecosystem is doing great things with this funding. And when you go out and you start saying, and you say, why should we give you money? This shows that you're giving money and we have measurable impact. And especially at a time when we're thinking about, you know, how do we fund the foundation? How do we move? This is where we can make that argument and grow the number of the advisory board, things like that. And so in this one, you know, it's like, this is where chaos comes in, right? Putting together metrics to drive your organization is hard, right? I know as somebody who's for one API who has to have, like, figuring out what's my KPIs, because in my job I have to show something that, you know, why am I here? Did you move your community forward? What's your thing? And so for me, having to think about what those KPIs or what those metrics are, that's hard to do by yourself. But what happens if there is an entire community, a community of open source people who know who are doing the same kind of jobs I'm doing at open source program offices, and put all their collective knowledge together and said, hey, we have all these metrics, right? And so this is what chaos is, right? This is why I partner with chaos and say, these metrics can do something. And so the way chaos works is they have a goal, question, metric approach, right? What's your goal? You know, and what do you want to do with it? And then how do you measure it, right? Hey, Georg, if you want to add any special sauce here?
Yeah, I assume you can all hear me. Thank you for adding me to the thing. The thing about telling metrics is always that you need to what the messages you want to tell with the metrics that are telling the story. Because we can collect so many different data points that we need to be selective. And yeah, like you said, connecting with the chaos community and other like-minded folks helps to shape that message and reflect with someone else on how to do this best.
Right. And Chaos has, you know, a huge number of metric models that you can look at. So you don't have to start from the beginning. You can start, you know, by going through the metrics people have already formulated and picking and choosing. So I think, because I'm sharing, hit slideshow? Oh, no, I wanted to show this. So here you can search for the various topics. There are organization, platform, software, events, governance, leaderships. So, you know, I just wanted to kind of show what's the kind of span of metrics that Chaos has to offer. So there's all kinds of great stuff, especially for me, like things like ecosystem, you know, metrics, responsiveness. You know, like we could look at this and look, this week in GNOME could be even more interesting in terms of how many commits did we do, what are the top MRs that we've had, and that kind of thing, so people can see, right? So, and also this is a two-way street. There are aspects here that, I mean, a lot of it is like program office stuff, but we may have a more, because diversity, right, of projects, we might actually have things to contribute ourselves in terms of what we want to measure, especially when we're one of the kind of people who are doing things like design, right? I lost my slideshow thing. Oh, okay, it looks like I'm back on slideshow. Is it? What happened? Oh, here it is, slideshow. There we go. All right. And of course, there's a great place to start if you want to join the Chaos community. There's a getting started. And you can talk to us after the session. Georg is on the big blue button, and more than happy to chat with all of you after, especially in regards to Chaos. So, Georg, do you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, certainly. I can talk about collecting data responsibly. Because one of the things that we are very mindful of is that when we look at the GNOME community, we're looking at people, at the developers, the contributors, the maintainers, everyone who is here in these rooms right now in Denver, but also who is online. And so
logged into the GNOME Key Cloak system. So, you just got a report. It was really cool. And so something we could look at. I think we have time for one more question. All right. Okay. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And Georg as well. Thank you, Georg, for presenting with me. If you have any questions after this talk, we'll be on Big Blue Button, and happy to answer any questions there. So thank you very much. I'm muted. Unshared.
Thank you for the presentation. Really interesting. If anyone has any questions, feel free. Hello everyone and welcome back to GUADEC, the first day. We are at the second track now and we are going to continue with the next presentation. We just finished a 15-minute break and we are going to have our next speaker, Nathan Willis, who is going to talk about a really interesting presentation with the title, I Control My Own Data, so what exactly can I do with it? Let's go, Nathan, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Coming to you live and direct from OS Labs here in tropical London, England. Every year. So this is potentially a big topic, and I don't want to get stuck in the sides of it. So if the title is not 100% clear, what this means is we in the FOSS community talk a lot about this ability to own your data and that being important and being vital. That talk is often really large, and it kind of says stuff like you should ditch the services that you don't control and come over to free software. And it can get pretty extreme when people aren't real careful about their language choices, which I'll talk about a little bit. So I got interested in taking a hard look at it because these data export, account export features are pretty widespread these days. And although that's a good thing, show of hands, how many people have used Google Takeout or some other official download your archive feature? I'm going to assume everyone's raising their hands because I can't actually see the room. But yeah, we're familiar with this. The question is, what's the real experience for a user like with real data that you get from an online service, right? The reason that's important is that if you take your data and leave is going to work, then we've communicated correctly. And if it's not, it's going to leave people stuck without messages from their family and things that their friends shared with them. Severing your connections, coming over free software, that's not much of a sales pitch. And people would, I think, likely be mad. So the outline for the talk, specifically, I'm going to take a look at what kinds of things you can actually export from some exports that I've done. I'm going to look at what FOSS utilities exist for using it, like out of the box, and maybe what is sort of an add-on after the fact, additional effort that you can put into it and find something useful. And then I'll talk about how those sorts of questions are relevant to GNOME, which is, I think, important to focus on because a lot of these things are online services, and so the default thing might be, well, that doesn't matter, that's a web service, but it does matter. And an aside, this kind of comes up a lot whenever I've mentioned this talk to people over the past 6 months. I'm very much not in favor of the deleting your old posts on social media thing. Deletionism is not the same as exporting things. And the reason this matters to me is that deleting your post creates link rot that links, and that breaks the web for the people who need it. And I ran into that all the time when I was doing PhD research. Get repos taken down, Reddit threads with a bunch of things missing in them, or something like that, and that harms the experience of other people. And sometimes the sales pitch that we give about that, the over-the-topness creeps in there. It's like, I'm leaving big tech, ha ha ha. And so that's sort of putting yourself in a bubble where the FOSS people aren't having any influence anymore. But it also kind of veers into shaming people for using services, and I don't think that's healthy. It's not really hurting the big company, but it is making the experience worse for other people. So I say instead, keep the posts and focus on things that you can do to inform people and equip them to use services safer. There's a lot of safe guides out there from the EFF and people. Stuff like Firefox Relay that has disposable email addresses that helps people avoid tracking way better than telling them what service to be on or not be on. And if you want to understand how advertising works, read Don Marty's blog. That will be more information that you can take in probably. And then just in general, stay around but make your account a source of migration help for people. I think that's the approach that helps the most people want the most data from those people stay private, stay under their control. Anyway, let's get to it. I've used takeout services many times in the past. Google has had theirs forever. In fact, during the Google Reader days, when they put that to sleep, there was this project that came along called Reader is Dead, which was sort of a download your archive and then use it personally, privately on your own machine. That's sort of my ideal scenario. Like, you can export your data from these services and then do something with it yourself. So when I started thinking about it, I just started requesting all the downloads I could find. That's kind of a lazy list of the ones I didn't get much out of Yahoo since I haven't used it in 12 years. They deleted my stuff. It's not comprehensive, of course. I don't have Apple accounts or Microsoft accounts. I might have had one through the university, but I've never used it. So don't consider this exhaustive. This is just a sample. Another thing I think worth thinking about is when you talk about pulling your data down and having yourself, there's a lot of like blog posts and things that are guides on how to make yourself a big tech, and I didn't find most of those helpful. They tended to either focus on avoiding advertising or like avoiding bad actors, which I assume means trolls rather than community theater people. But they didn't really talk about using the data, and they kind of lumped everything into one bucket. And thinking about that, the model that really helped me go forward usefully was to consider that there's a barrier, there's a boundary, a public-private boundary, and each service might have something private that goes public or starts public and you pull it out privately. So reading a blog, it starts out publicly, you're pulling it down privately. Conversations over Twitter, they're all happening in public, so they're just back and forth out there. Other things are data that you want to remain private all the time, but that's not everything. So thinking about that boundary is a good way to consider this problem. So first off, what can you get in general? A lot of the big service providers, the biggest ones, have adopted this model where they have like a static local HTML file that lets you browse through your stuff. Sometimes they do something that's directly usable. Most of the time it's like JSON, which is annoying. And in fact, most cases it's JSON without a schema attached, so you can't use it for something, but you might have to work on it. I don't do JavaScript stuff if I can avoid it, so that's not great. But even when it's JSON, just remember it could have been worse. For the sake of time, I think I decided I want to skip over the multimedia case, like videos and music and photos. There's already kind of a risk of this topic being a mile wide and an inch deep. The thing is that videos and music and stuff, there's a lot more variety in how they're used and how people want to use them. Software that exists for it, I think that's because media is designed to be shown, so there's a lot of music players and video players and things out there, so we're gonna skip that. Let's take a look at some specifics. This is from Google Takeout. They have like a total of 57 categories of things you can download. This is just a subset of those, so it fits on the screen. But it shows you the local HTML interface that you get in the download. It has explanations of things, what they are. When the file output that is in the category you're looking at is HTML, it usually hyperlinks to it, although not in all cases, which is interesting. And yeah, 57 categories and a lot of subcategories. There's services that you can get your download for that I didn't know existed, like Google Arts and Culture, Google Reminders, Pinpoint I've heard of, View. Some of these things are standard formats. Some of them aren't. Hopefully the ones that aren't tend to be documented. For example, this is odd. This is the tasks that you download and it's not in the V2Do format, which is what you would expect. But they've given you a JSON schema. That's pretty rare there. I wanted to note, I'm leaving out some things like fitness data because I don't have that, but that's worth keeping in mind because that's potentially a really important thing to consider for users. But yeah, if I look at what's good and what's bad, Google Takeout option. Calendars are an iCalendar format, great. Contacts are in vCard, great. Mail's in inbox, great. It gets more complicated with location and map data because you get a mix of what I think is GeoJSON and then KML and then some plain text stuff. So I assume this is valid JSON. I'm not sure. If not, tell me. I'd be curious to know. The thing that is really not good, of course, is that Google Docs is only downloadable in PDF or in Microsoft Office XML. So you're going to have to convert that to use it. I was also surprised at some things I didn't find, like I wanted to get the Wi-Fi networks and passwords that I've saved in Android. You get a lot of Android stuff, but not that for whatever reason. Twitter account archives, pretty similar. This is the local HTML page. It doesn't show weird services I didn't know, so maybe it prunes those out if they're unused rather than giving you the empty folder like Google does. It's searchable. It has a not terribly ancient Twitter-like design to it, but yeah, it's browsable. It sort of loads lazily screen by screen. On the good side, it seems complete. The search works, and it includes things you've liked. There's another category, like stuff you might have saved by liking it. Some complicated things are that you get your list of follows and followers by their internal Twitter ID, not by their name, or even by the URL. And the worst thing is actually that you don't get, well, the hyperlinks that you see on the page are not actually local to the rest of the archive. They're links to the live Twitter site. So those don't work if you're browsing it. And then also you only get half of each thread. You only get what you posted. You don't get, it's the same problem I was talking about with account deletion. You know, you don't get the statement that your reply was written to reply to. And if you personally haven't tried to find an answer on Stack Exchange or Reddit threaded and seen the case where there's a deleted comment followed by a reply that says, thanks, that works. I mean, it'll probably happen to you this week. Half Swans, by the way, is a reference to Neuroff TED, which I suggest you look up. Moving on, Facebook archive very much like Google's. They have a lot of services. The HTML index is good. It seems to give you almost everything. That's like posts, comments, your original media. Again, friends and things that are like liked pages have these sort of internal IDs only that you can fetch on a live Facebook site. Again, the links aren't local to the archive you downloaded. And probably the worst complication is that messages, it's supposed to be in the archive and it appears totally broken. I don't know if that's a temporary thing or not, though. Just for the sake of argument, some other services you might be familiar with, LinkedIn. I mean, you don't get nothing, but what you get is plain CSV, including your contacts, which I think is the main purpose of LinkedIn. Something really weird is that it's automatically split into two downloads, the basic download and the complete download, but they have the same folders in both of them, so I don't know what you're thinking. GitHub, you know, now owned by our friends at Microsoft. When you download your GitHub account, you get full repos. It's hundreds of megabytes if you've made a lot of commits. You get original attachments if you attach things into like a comment thread or something. And it does include some JSON schema for things. What's complicated is the stuff that is not the repo itself, like issues and comments and release events. That's all custom JSON. It's not super usable in its native form. The stuff that's bad, though, is you don't get star repos, which is kind of the thing I wanted most. You don't seem to get gists or gists. I'm not sure if it's buried somewhere. Same with things like follows and followers. It's not in there anywhere that I could find. It's possible it's still hidden, though. Not sure. GitLab? Oh, you don't get anything. You can't download your account data from GitLab. Sorry. Why? I don't know. There's a link about it. I mean, it's a good reminder that, you know, the sales team likes to say that they're better than Microsoft GitHub. They seem to be behind on this, though. Discourse. Discourse is, of course, an open source, like forum software, which you might hear and think, wait a minute, I thought we were only going to complain about proprietary services and celebrate the false ones. Well, no. You should be able to take your data out of anything, I think. Discourse gives you some pretty land raw CSV. At least it gives you something. I also tried GPotter, which is sort of the podcast synchronization service. It's kind of cheap, but I've never used like Spotify or Google Podcasts. And what you get from that is OPML, which is a subscription file format, and that comes up again later on, as we'll see. Mastodon. I would call this one all complicated. All you download from a Mastodon account is raw activity file objects in JSON. Looking at those on the screen, they're hard to make sense of. I wasn't sure if I could actually show a screenshot of the JSON without revealing the token that needs to be preserved, because it's just jam-packed with things. Also, even the media attachments you get are clearly designed to be fed into the internal database structure, right? It's a hash table or something, so not usable as a download. Firefox accounts, another null on that. This is like your synchronized bookmarks and your safe passwords and things. You can't download that data. And that's surprising, but you can. One of the precursors to Mastodon was Identica, also known as Pump.io. Again, there's no tools for downloading that. So Identica still runs, but there's no way to download your account info from it, at least not anywhere that I can find. Wikipedia also, I don't really know what usage scenario I was imagining there, but I was surprised that they don't offer something. And there's a bunch of others, and this could go on forever. Some things to highlight, some of them are really good. Instagram, again, like Facebook, parent company, nice HTML browser, original media, things like that. Reddit, raw CSV, it varies. There's potentially interesting things in some of them, like in Amazon downloads, there's a ton of like internal things that don't seem to matter, but you can also get like a wish list you created and it has the ASIN product codes in it. You can get your Prime Video history, so you can see when you stop watching because of the ads and things. It doesn't give you things that I would have wanted, like MP3s that you purchased. It's a mixed bag. Brief takeaways just from looking at the overall set of downloads. I think the big vendors are providing a far better user experience. The discourse and Mastodon experience is not great. And that matters. It's not okay for Mastodon to not care about export and the export experience. You don't get a free pass just because the source code is free. Servers shut down. Vendors shut down, or they get unstable when it's not working and the backups fail and things. So the export matters even on open services. But now that we have the data, at least it's mattering of it, the big question practical level is what value is it to me? And I thought of a few specific ones. I'm sure there's others. Obviously, some of it is directly reusable. You export your calendar, you're just going to import that into another calendar now. Some of it you might want in order to search, like your message history. Who was I discussing that with? Was the name of that restaurant? Some of it you might want to reuse, to republish in some new location. And then some of it is raw data that you might want for like analytics purposes, like your location history. Maybe you could use that to plan a trip somewhere you've never been, but that's pretty indirect. I'm not sure whether that counts or not. Another one of the side caveats here, when I mentioned this to people, I had a lot of people, like when I was working on the talk, say, well, why don't you just use Nextcloud? Don't expect Nextcloud to save you. I'm being blunt here. There's a lot of polish there, not as much functionality as there might seem like. I do hate to break that to people, but I've polled, every time someone said, why don't you use Nextcloud, I would ask them if they had used it for the thing they were recommending to me for, and they said no. Everyone I talked to used it as the Dropbox replacement network storage case, except for exceptions like you count on one hand who also used it to do a shared calendar with their family. So it isn't going to save you, but even if it did, it's kind of just another network service, right? So we're going to look at what you can do after you've downloaded your data. And I'm going to say this is best looked at in terms of the category of data. So here are the categories we're going to go through. The easy one first, Office documents. Again, you're getting Microsoft formatted documents there, but it's kind of a borderline trivial thing to import them to LibreOffice. You have to, hope that you don't have some weird function that doesn't convert. You have the right fonts. Notes and things are a little more nebulous. They're usually plain text or markdown formatted, but it's hard to choose a universal app that you're going to use to repurpose the notes, so it's not as easy. Moving on, calendars. When I did my own personal audit of that public private boundary thing, calendars are as private as they get, I thought. And apart from making plans with other people, what you're doing is about as sensitive information as you can imagine. Like, are you going someplace? Are you working on something that no one needs to know about? And yet, we seem to talk about that as a big privacy feature. It's only been a recent addition to things like Proton Mail and Tutanota. How you use it, it obviously deals with future events and past events, and those aren't the same thing. You might not care about importing your old calendar event history. You could just delete those calendar downloads and start over. But it could be useful to someone else, like things to know how many times they've been a place or something like that. Basically, your only option is to import that into another calendar app. You can't really search iCalendar formatted files. It's an old and clunky format. Not really a database behind it. It's just interpreted by the calendar app. Speaking of which, as a fellow to GNOME Calendar can import an ICS file, which is an iCalendar file as a static calendar. When I tried this, repeating future events seems not to work. It might just be that it's trying to compute all the recurrences behind the scenes. I'm not 100% sure. The trick there is also if you have multiple machines, like a work machine and a home machine or a laptop and a desktop, you have to import it every place. So in reality, what you probably want is a calendar server. There's some other options. There's this thing called Meteor Syncer, for example, but you can't just sync the file. When you import it into GNOME Calendar, it becomes a calendar internally. But using a calendar server directly isn't possible / easy. You can't just subscribe to a calendar, and GNOME Online Accounts doesn't do that either. And the last note there is that it is even harder to also do this with an Android device. There's several apps you have to install that do the synchronization to the calendar server, but then what they're actually doing is syncing it to the local device calendar. So if your whole point was to escape from Google, you're right back where you started. I mean, there's not a lot of interface involved. Importing ICS becomes one of the calendars that lives inside the app. It's not super fast either. As a user experience goes, it's minimalist. On the other hand, Evolution can subscribe to network calendar servers. You have to like using Evolution, though. I was not a huge fan of that. Thunderbird, which is what I have typically used for email, also can subscribe to calendar servers. Tellingly though, neither of those apps currently can sync a collection of calendars between multiple machines. I've heard that is going to come to a future version of Firefox Sync for Thunderbird. Manually repeating that process is pretty labor intensive, typing in these long URLs and passwords and things. One other note on this, to-dos are kind of built into the same format as calendars. iCalendar, I couldn't find a GNOME app that can import v-to-dos or v-journals. If there's one, let me know. To be fair, though, to-do managers are probably the most complicated app category for anyone but yourself, because it's basically directly interacting with your mental model of doing tasks and projects. The shopping list, the checklist, recurring daily things, finding a big project with Kanban. It's all different. And in reality, I use Task Pointer. But then I thought about, if we can move things in, are there other things we could be doing with the calendar data? And one thing occurred to me, which is linking calendar events to locations and things like that for future events. The reason I thought of this is that there was an old Android app called Google Trips which was sent away to the countryside to run and play with Reader, Google Plus, and Wave. But what it did was scrape reservations for travel and for hotels and things like that, and put them together in a sort of trip view. There isn't anything like this as far as I know for GNOME, but KDE does have an app like that. It's called Itinerary. It's worth checking out. Contacts, moving on, very similar to calendars, except that I didn't see a way for GNOME Contacts to import VCF files apparently. Again, Evolution Thunderbird can, or can use a CardDev server, but GNOME Online Accounts does not support raw CardDev servers currently. And I did find one VCF file editor. It's the URL there. It's GTK2 and track and subversion, so that's you. Good luck. What else can you do with contacts? It's kind of an open question. Like maybe you would want to map contacts in from other services, like your friend lists and things. You typically get really terse info in your data exports, like LinkedIn as a name of the client, and maybe email, and not much else. And then metadata like followers and use, it's useful, but it's outside of feature. Maps and location. This, in Google, which is all I have map data from, it's several distinct things, places you flagged, named lists, locations you've been, like your location history, and so on, ratings and reviews. Those are all different, and different use cases, I think, for redeploying them. GNOME Maps, as far as I can tell, it can show you some information that you can favorite locations, but as far as I can tell, you can't import locations. The only remote account feature I found for it is OpenStreetMap, and I don't believe there's anything but editing support in those accounts. Yeah, there's other things I think that GNOME Maps could do with this sort of information, like map lists that you could share, sharing what's of interest, sharing reviews. And like, this is not to say that GNOME Maps is failing at these tasks, just there's a lot of other things that Maps could do, which you see in like the Google Map data that you download. I also looked at big email archives. That is a screenshot of many, many gigabytes of Google stuff. And in the mail, you just get a nearly 10 gigabyte single inbox, and that's not all of email, I think. I tried importing this directly into Evolution. There is sort of an add a second account workflow, which I found confusing. The dialog boxes are definitely written for connecting to a server, and you're not exactly doing that. So to know what to do, you kind of have to already know what to do. And if people have to go look that up somewhere, they're probably lost. Here's what I mean. You're having to fill out this form here, which is designed for, a real email account. Like, my name is in the inbox file. I don't need to fill that out. There is no reply to that's going to happen here. And then, it does load, but it still takes you through the wizard. And then it kind of starts to fail in other ways. The top failure there is the classic success fail, which is hard to understand. And it did eventually load the file for me, but it keeps triggering errors, which I think, like the screenshot below, are it trying to check for updates to the file. And that's because it doesn't understand that this is a static thing that is not going to be updated, I think. Thunderbird is a little better in that regard. It doesn't error, but it does get really, really slow. I think in reality I've started using Not Much, which is designed for this archive case. As far as other message formats, I don't know. Is there a good way to import Facebook messages into something? Should you try and shoehorn that into the email case? I don't necessarily think so, but I don't have a better approach to it. News and feeds. I mean, as I mentioned, OPML is what you get from feed readers and podcast players. It's a list of subscriptions wrapper. It's actually a general outline format. Google News doesn't give you that anymore. It just gives you a list, plain text list, because they've taken out all of the RSS functionality. Here, GNOME News Flash connects to a variety of feed reader servers, but not the one that I used, GTRSS. And for news, the main obstacle is actually going to be finding feeds. I did a lot of work on this personally. I got like 650 something feeds, not all at once, but most feed readers collapse at 100, including Nextcloud. When it comes to software projects, yeah, in theory, plain Git doesn't need a web service, so you download your GitHub stuff, you should be fine. But we don't know. I have not found any tooling for converting those GitHub events and comment JSON things into some usable form. Although there's something that goes the other way around, which is interesting. Obviously, this is a much bigger issue. GUADEC has a page all about like distributed bug tracking, which I recommend checking out if you haven't seen it before. Another thought that kind of overlaps with this is that a desktop should really consider GUI interfaces to get. I don't like GitHub Desktop. I had to use it back over Christmas when I was working with some font designers who were new to Git workflows entirely. People like GUIs for reasons. It's not, being non-technical that makes you like a GUI. You like to understand the functionality better. They can take it online and see it mapped out. So if you want to reach new users, that's worth thinking about. Is there a good, integrated GitHub Desktop alternative? The big one probably in this whole list is going to be social media posts. It's kind of where people get really unhappy with the service provider. So I'm going to talk about Twitter, and then that kind of propagates out to the rest by extension. This is the interface I showed before. The default has search, runs locally, but the links are broken. You could keep that on your computer and have several of those, the Facebook one and the Google one, and then search them separately when you want to find something. But for that to work, you have to know which site it was on. So that's not great. And if all you want to do is search for things you've written in the past, you might be fine with the default. There are some alternatives, though. There's a couple of tools for better searching in GNOME F-Search. I never really got that to work. Catfish is not bad. That thing, Toon, is designed for Twitter and Mastodon exports. I never could get it to work. It doesn't have a license. Wouldn't depend on it. The more useful approach is to reformat the archive, fix the links. That's what this archive parser does. It generates static pages, it breaks them down into month and year, and it converts the follower IDs into full links, and it's non-destructive. It looks very stripped down by comparison, which is probably okay. They don't have the rights to that static files. It doesn't really solve the missing half of the conversation problem, but it does keep you marked down, and you could maybe use that. Other options, migrating to Mastodon, that's pretty tough. Bulk import is not possible. I found a utility for it, but generally server admins are opposed to that. And if you want to do it, you have to do it in the database yourself, which is not fun. You might have seen import-export in the sidebar. That's just for user account lists. This matters. Just run your own server doesn't help a lot of people. You have to be a server admin for that. I don't know. Going back to the archive explorer, the archive converter, I think what's worth exploring is enabling people to republish to their own site, like it's a static site. If you remember Posse, that's how it used to be. Convert your archive, post it on some domain that you own. That's as autonomous as it's going to get. I ran out of time to do this. I worked a little bit with Pelican, couldn't find anything, couldn't get happy with the theme really. But it got me thinking about static site generators. That is potentially a category of app for GNOME to care about. It might sound like not a fit, but one of the selling points for static site generators is that it lives on your computer. And yeah, that's kind of chasing after small web projects. I think that's a receptive audience. Again, you might consider GUIs being used for that, and found one that didn't work with Pelican though. There's a lot more of these. A lot of converters out there, Reddit ones and Facebook ones that I didn't mention. I need to put these into a list and post it somewhere, obviously. The last thing to mention really is what you do with things that you've saved or bookmarked. They're not all bookmarks, they're not all things you're going to revisit. Some of them are just feedback you send to someone else, but what do you do with them? Again, the generic solution is OPML. Apparently there's no OPML editor. I was surprised to find that. It's essentially HTML with no layout stuff. And the reason you might want an app for that or some kind of bookmark editing app is that a browser's bookmark editor isn't great. You can't deduplicate things. Navigating is tough usually. If you're using the sync, it gets even tougher. Yeah, so something that's a good tool for editing all of these things that you've bookmarked or saved would probably be really helpful. Help you figure out how to rearrange them and determine what you want to save and what you don't. So that's the big tour. Some open questions exist. We don't necessarily need to go through all of these. Are there better ways to use some of this data? What else can we do with some of the things that are new ideas? As I mentioned, there's some gaps in GNOME apps. Kind of an eclectic list of things that came up. Yeah, so my conclusion is be export friendly. Think about the use case here. And yeah, circling back, exporting your data matters. And yeah, I should write more about this, but I hope that you will think about it yourself. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much to Nathan for the very interesting presentation. At the moment, we don't have any questions in the Matrix chats, but you can just take a look and hopefully reply to the people if they have any questions afterwards in the chats. Does it sound okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. An applause. So now we are going to proceed with our next presentation. We are going to hear Manuel Haro sharing his experience, and the title of his presentation is Integrating the FOSS Community in LATAM to Projects and Strategies of GNOME Foundation. We are going to take just a minute to set up his laptop, and then we are going to continue with the presentation. Manuel Haro sharing his experience with the GNOME LATAM communities.
Thank you. Well, how are you? It's a pleasure to be here in GUADEC at Denver because we are working at LATAM to try to strengthen the culture and the communities around FOSS, obviously around GNOME Project, GNOME Foundation. The last year at Riga, we was talk about how we are how we are working around universities, around communities in LATAM, not only in Mexico. It's correct. We was begin at Mexico, at universities in Mexico, but over the years we were working with universities at another countries at Latam, like Colombia, like Ecuador, like Peru, like some universities in Argentina. So we are trying to reach these communities of talent of these universities to strengthen the projects, the strategies for GNOME Foundation, obviously. So we are trying to reach these communities to strengthen the projects, to strengthen the events, to strengthen the culture over FOSS and over GNOME, to try to strengthen the develop of project over GNOME. So right now, the FOSS communities that we are working right now is Mexico, Colombia, El Salvador, Ecuador, Honduras, and Peru, with almost 50 universities working together like a community and collaborating to strengthen the knowledge about over FOSS, because in these universities there are a lot of talent. There are very interesting youngs working over technologies, but formally in the program, the academic programs in these universities is not formally integrating the FOSS knowledge, the FOSS team, the FOSS topics, because it's a model. I need to see it like this. It's an old model, academic model, that with the program is very complex to update, to know about the new technologies. So we are working to try to reach these new technologies, these tendency technologies for all this talent that we have in universities. I am teacher, I am research at university in Zacatecas for more 33 years working with this talent, working with these students. And for these years, I am very engaged, empowering, and passionate for open source. So, how we are working about these communities? We have the main strategy is the open source innovation labs. It's an innovation and collaboration laboratories over the universities. It's very important to say that the laboratories is only deployed in universities. So, to try to get involved the students in these universities to try to know the new projects and to complement the knowledge that they is taking from the teachers, but not always working with FOSS. Trying to strengthen the laboratories is obviously strengthened by academic communities. Currently, we have 25 open source innovation labs over these universities. The new branch of this laboratory was launched at University of Antioquia in Medellin, Colombia. So, in Medellin, Colombia, for us and Latam, is a very interesting university, very interesting city, because they are working from the government, from the companies, and from the universities to strengthen the culture of technologies of the innovation. The main activities in these laboratories is collaborative project development. Obviously, always we are trying to update these students with their training programs, special training programs with new topics or new themes around FOSS. We are working to organize always with specialized events of FOSS, and but we are participating in interesting events not only in Mexico, and this case right now is my third GUADEC. It's a pleasure for me to share with you that. We are working like a community, from this community in GNOME events, GNOME events. I think the most important successful event for us was GUADEC at Guadalajara, and the first proposal was for 2020, but the pandemic for COVID, we must to go to 2022 at Guadalajara. The last year we have GNOME Latam working with a great team around the GNOME Latam, Martín Alvente from Chile, Daniel Galleguillos. It's a very, very important team about Genome Latam because we have Genome Asia, we have Genome Africa, and we must work to have Genome Latam. GUADEC the last year at Riga. This is a very interesting event for me. It's a lot of our learn of this project. There's the Community Engagement Challenge around Genome. It's like a global hackathon to try to strengthen the culture of Genome with challenge, with an area challenge, innovation challenge. Genome Asia, I was talking in Genome Asia for 3 times, and this is the new update we will have in Mexico this year, Linux App Summit at Monterrey. It's very important to share with you about this event, and I will share in the next slides. From the community, we are working to create new kind of events, specialized in technologies, and specialized over open source. We have lots at Atomic Open Source Tech Summit is like a international congress, international summit. The Open Source Tech Talks is a regional meetup. We have Innovation Challenge is a project we was created for maybe I think 2017, 2018, we create a new model of hackathon, trying to reach this talent of the students to create interesting projects over ideas aligned to problematics or opportunities of innovation. This another kind event is, in Spanish, the cause is Cumbre de Contribuidores Open Source Contributors Summit in Guadalajara. Is not an event with only talks, with only keynotes, only workshops. Is to create the culture to be committers to FOSS projects. Genome, we have course from 2019, and all the years Genome is participating very important way. And FLISOL in Latin America, we have FLISOL. In Spanish is Foro Latinoamericano de Instalación de Software Libre. It's the first steps for new users to try to know how is Linux, how is working Linux, and all the suites, all the apps that is around Linux. For us, it's very important to collaborate and to work with Genome Foundation. We are working for a lot of years. I am member from Genome Foundation, I think for 2020, 2019 exactly. So we try to get for Genome Foundation all this talent, creating or integrating new strategies to strengthen the Genome and the FOSS projects to this community in Latam. This is this is like an invitation. This slide is like invitation to come with us to Linux App Summit that we will be October 4th and 5th. It's in Monterrey, Mexico, and right now the call for paper is open. We will be hope that you will be in Linux App Summit. Monterrey is very interesting city in Mexico because Monterrey is very close to the bridge to USA. So there are a lot of industry. I think is the most important city in Mexico after Mexico City, obviously. So, but this city is the most important around the industry and around the academic because they have in Monterrey is the Tecnológico Monterrey. When will be Linux App Summit is considered one of the most important universities around Mexico. So it's like an invitation for everyone. We will hope that you can be at Linux App Summit. The another strategy that we are working for this year is to have again Genome Latam. This time, we will have COS, the Commuters Summit in Guadalajara. We have all the support for the University of Guadalajara. It's a big university in Guadalajara, and we have all the venue. And this is the evidence that what we can do to estrange, that we can do to reach the communities, the universities, to GNOME, and come to GNOME to work with projects with the GNOME, because all these universities have a very important infrastructure, very important venues, and very important communities. So all these venues, all these communities, all these universities is taking for us all the community, all the resources for free to have this kind of events. We can take advance from this kind of support to concrete very important events like strategies around GNOME in LATAM. GNOME LATAM, we are working to be like the last year was in person and online, University of Guadalajara. As you see, like is GNOME Asia, like is GNOME Africa, trying to reach, engage GNOME and FOSS LATAM community. GNOME specialized agenda, GNOME specialized keynotes, talks and technical workshops for developers around GNOME. This will be, we are planning to be 25th and 26th of October at Guadalajara. We are sure we can get at Guadalajara and GNOME LATAM all the important community of FOSS around Mexico, but we hope of LATAM we can go to Guadalajara. So the another strategy that we work that GNOME take advance of this is the community around Open Source Innovation Lab in another way. Another way is we work very strong to try to know problematics or innovation opportunities, and with these opportunities we can develop any kind of projects that can benefits for the people, benefits for the cities, trying to catalyze the talent of these students from the universities. So we will work to try to align the strategies from GNOME to develop projects and integrate to this program. It's very important to talk about this program. This academic program is supported with scholarships from the DICA Foundation and from all our allies in universities. See, obviously, all these projects we will share with all these universities on the community around LATAM. Integrating technical projects, we try to know what is needed to integrate developers and communities to strengthen these projects. Projects like the software development, tools, and apps development, and documentation, and why not, test some kind of project like Q&A. Participate at GSOC. I want to see that I was in Riga last year with these youngs working with Google Summer of Code over GNOME projects. That's amazing. I wish the next year with Google Summer of Code, we have a lot of students from LATAM, not only from Mexico, from LATAM to get in these opportunities and to try to take advantage of this kind of projects around Google Summer of Code and obviously over outreach. Request some donation support students with scholarships. The DICA Foundation, where is the Open Source Innovation Labs landed, it's a non-profit foundation. So we have donations from companies, from government, to try to strengthen the strategies around to catalyze and to empowering the young talent to this kind of projects. Community engagement meetups. These meetups, there are regional or local meetups where the students comes to see interesting talks, workshops, but the most important, to create an environment of networking around FOSS and around GNOME. These meetups, we are planning to set up maybe one for month. Every month, we can have this meetup. It's a meetup from 3 or 3 hours, but the most important is to strengthen the networking with this talent and try to invite to experts, to specialized developers, the specialized or leaders around FOSS, around GNOME, to try to strengthen the culture around FOSS, for FOSS technologies. This is the hackathon that I was talking before. When I work in the engagement challenge from GNOME, the community engagement challenge, I was look a lot of projects from Asia, from Europe, from Latam. We have maybe, I don't remember, but I don't know, 4 or 5 projects of 180 projects. So really, a little bit of projects is coming from Latam. And a challenge, have a model. We have a platform when we can land, we can kick off this strategy to try to strengthen the community, the projects focused to Latam. Because Genome Engagement Challenge was global, was very interesting. But maybe with our platform, with the strategies, with our community, we can do more easy and inclusive, less expensive to get this project. So really, this is specific strategies to try to launch from this year with Genome Latam, with LAS, to take advance for LAS and the communities around LAS. And well, we will hope that all the community, all the people in Latam come with us and enjoy all this effort from Genome Foundation to try to strengthen this project and to open and to share all that Genome Foundation is working and is trying to do for us. So this picture is amazing for me because 2 years ago in Guadalajara, the last year in Riga, this is a pleasure for me to be in Denver in GUADEC 2024. Yeah, so that's all for me. If you have any question, I'm here. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you online. The people is connected. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. So at the moment, I don't think we have any questions. Thank you very much, Manuel, for all the work that you do in Latin America. It's so important to make the GNOME community wider, to make it grow. And I've seen what you do since we have GUADEC there a couple of years ago, and it's really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are going to take a moment to set up for our next speaker. So just have kind of a 5-minute break. Yeah, 10 minutes, sorry, because we ended slightly earlier with this one. So 10 minutes, and we are going to be back. In the meantime, we are going to take advantage of this time and...
Are we streaming already? All right.
Okay, shall I introduce you?
Please.
So hello everyone and welcome back to the second day of to the second track of the first day of GUADEC. We are going to continue with our next presentation. We had coffee and some snacks. This is the last presentation before our lunch today. So we are going to have on stage Martin Avente Laye, and he's going to talk about GamiKey, a new learning tool built on GNOME to develop STEAM skills. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone, and thank you everyone who's watching online as well. So hopefully the audio is working good enough. So thank you for coming. I'm Martin. I'm a software engineer from Paraguay, and I've been a member of the GNOME community since a few years now. And well, today I'm going to talk about what I call one of my coolest projects to date. So just a little bit, to have a bit of background about myself. Well, if you use like Flatpak or run your like Fosh or GNOME on your cell phones, you probably use one of my tools before. But for this particular talk, I'm using like my kind of educator hat. And without going too much into much detail because we don't have too much time. Well, basically, for the last 20 years, I've been doing like this mix of, making games on my own, nothing to be published, of course, more like an amateur thing, like modding games and things like that. I've been also teaching a lot and mentoring in different programs like the Google Summer of Code, Google Code and other programs back in my country, and even like individuals, right? And if you ever heard about a project that it's about education and that uses GNOME, it's very likely that I was involved in that. So yeah, so basically, yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I've been having like this very specific mix of education and GNOME and teaching. So yeah, what I'm talking here is basically just a sum of all of that experiences and a tool that came out of that. So I'm not going to explain this too much, but I think it's fairly well known that like video games are really great for education. There are many studies that go over this issue, but just to summarize it, if there's 3 things that you should know about this, are these 3 things, right? First thing is learners and teachers really enjoy this, right? Because it's fun, right? Everyone wants to play video games, and everyone enjoys like being doing that and making games. The other thing that is super important is that programming and coding, like engineering in itself, is super abstract, right? Like it's like made up of these concepts that come from like physics, mathematics, and logic, right? And when you're like a kid, and then you get introduced like to loops and conditionals and variables and data structures, like that is so like crazily abstract that makes no sense to you. I know this because that was my experience. Like I have a professor at my my elementary school, and I could not make sense of any of the things he was saying because it made no sense for me because it was all like abstract concepts, right? But when you talk about like, for example, robotics and programming like video games, like suddenly everything makes sense, right? Because it's not longer like abstract loops. It's just basically your robot having to repeat a pattern of movements like 3 times, right? Or when it's not longer like an abstract matrix, it's actually the map of your video game, right? So everything makes sense. Like for example, the robot is sensing the distance with the ultrasound like sensor, and that's storing a variable, and then it clicks in your mind because okay, that's a value that's telling me like how far the robot is from an obstacle, and the variable is there because I have to put that information somewhere, right? And I can read it. So everything starts to make sense when you put context into this, right? So video games are really good for that. And the third thing is that I think this is a very common thing in probably every single human being, that we all want to be creative and we all to participate in activities that are creative. I mean, I probably like everyone here created something at one point of their lives and they shared it with someone, and that created like this virtuous cycle of, like doing something, sharing, getting feedback, and then, repeating, right? So this is something like it's ingrained in our brains, right? We all want to create, and we all want to participate in this kind of activities. So basically, it's fun, it gives you context, and it's it fits this part of our brains that really want to be creative like all the time. And there's a lot of good tools for this. Like, I'm not gonna list the ones that I'm showing here, but all of these are great tools, right? In their own right, and they all tackle the same problem like differently, because they also target like different. They have different like target audiences. But at least in my experience, using like different like these kind of tools and different kind of tools, is that there is a problem of exposition, right? So imagine like this is like an spectrum, right? So at one side of the spectrum, you have like all these tools that throw you like directly into code with no information whatsoever, and says, if you want to know how to code, you have to code, right? Which is absolutely true, right? But I mean, that is with a huge asterisk of having like your mentor or teacher that actually like guides you through it. And then in the other side of the spectrum, you have like all these tools that make it really easy to get started, but they don't give you like a follow-up step. So you are using like all these tools, with blogs or things like that, and they are great, and you can make a lot of things with those things, but they don't give you a transition to other types of programming languages, right? Another thing that it's important to know is that probably the most popular tools to make games are not necessarily the best for education, because those are tools for productivity, right? Those are tool designs for game developers to get a product to the market as soon as possible, right? And education doesn't really work like that. Education is like, it's messy, it's slow, it's chaotic. There are so many things that are important in a learning process that makes no sense when you're building, like a game engine for professionals, right? So having like these things in mind, plus these orthogonals, like not many of these tools are open source. There are many open source tools, but not as many as I wish. Also, like, this is maybe too anecdotal for me, but everyone says that one of the best programming languages to get started is Python. But then in practice, like, people go and use other programming languages because it doesn't work well for the web or this or that, right? And then it's kind of okay. There's not a lot of Python-based tools for learning and making games and things like that. And the third one is that there's not a lot of this in GNOME. I mean, there's not a lot of games in GNOME. There are a few, but there's not a lot. And yeah, those are also some orthogonal problems to this. So here's my proposal. How about creating a tool that helps to learn these skills, while you become a creator, but in a way that is more subtle, in like very small steps, right? And that's why I created this tool called GamiKey. And it's basically a tool to create games and learning experiences that can be shared. It's free and open source, and it's built like 99% on top of GNOME technologies. So it literally like uses like almost everything in the GNOME stack. And okay, so step number one should be like the most simple one. So if you want to use video games to engage with young learners and have them and use this as a step in the ladder to become an engineer or a programmer or an artist or whatever, it has to be very simple. So yeah, so let's just play games, right? Like, just have fun. That should be like the first step, right? So in GamiKey, what I built is just a few like demo games. I actually call them like thematic packs, right? So I will explain that I will explain that better in a few minutes. But basically, yeah, this is GamiKey. Like, you can get it from FlapHub. Yes, you can download it from FlapHub. But I recommended getting from GNOME Software because from GNOME Software you can also install like all these games that I built with GamiKey as thematic packs. So you can see here that you can install them, right? So once those are installed, then you can launch the GamiKey, right? And you will see like all the different games that you have. So let me show you a few games that I built using this tool. The first one is very, very simple. It's just a clone of a very popular game, right? It's nothing too complex, right? But yeah, it's just a very simple game, and it has a very clear goal. And yeah, that is one of the games. And now I'll show you like what I consider like the tech demo for GamiKey. So I don't know if anyone here has played Harvest Moon in the Nintendo or like Stardew Valley. Okay, so I basically built using GamiKey like a mini clone of those games. It's just like a classic farming RPG. So you are this girl called Emma, and for whatever reason, your parents just left you with all the responsibilities to, take care of the farm, right? So you basically, this is your farm, those are your animals, and you basically have like just one job, right? You have to keep them alive. That's all you need to do. But of course, you have to feed them, and to feed them, you have to grow, actual like vegetables. But they are picky. So, for example, the chicken only eats a particular type of food, and then the pig eats something else, and then you have a third one, which is I don't know, maybe lost somewhere in the island. But there's another problem that these animals they have their natural predators, right? So you also have to be careful of those predators, and for that you have to build like infrastructure to take care of them. So for example, you can chop the trees to make wood, and from that wood you can make fences, and then you start like building your infrastructure, right? Your farm infrastructure to take care of your animals. So yeah, I'm not gonna go like too much into deep, but it's like a small game, but it's a rich game, right? It's fun. So, but really, the goal of this project is not really to like build the ultimate game engine. So you can build your $1 million game, and that's not the goal. The goal of GamiKey is just having like a sort of a tool that both the teachers and learners can use to learn about some of these concepts, right? But in a very subtle way. So when I say subtle, I mean exactly this. So basically, I just show you that you can play games with GamiKey, and of course, that's like the first step, right? But the second step is when you start like creating things, and this is where it gets like more interesting, right? So, and this has like 2 layers, right? In my mind, right, what happens is that when you start with all these tools that teach you to learn programming and make games, I think they sometimes tend to like, not mention that learning to code is actually hard. It's really not easy, right? And so my idea here is like I want to provide a tool that where you can be creative, but without being exposed like to too much like crazy details or knowledge, right? So this is like the first, the second step, and the most simple layer, which is basically just like an artistic experience, right? So I will explain this better now. So these are the thematic packs that I have, right? I call it thematic packs because they are basically just collection of objects with predefined behaviors that you can mix to make games, right? And they are thematic because you have like this Whackman, knockoff, and then you have my Freedom Valley game. So let's make a clone of the Freedom Valley. Okay, let me close that, and let me give you a better name. So it's gonna be called like Small Dungeons, right? And this is let's give a good description. So it's gonna be GUADEC demo. Perfect. Super not confusing. All right, so now I'm gonna edit this. Of course, because I made a copy of Freedom Valley, what it's loading now is the default map of Freedom Valley, right? What we see here is the scene editor, right? Like the map editor, if you want to call it like that. And as you can see, this is everything that I didn't show, right? So this is where you start. Then if you use the door, you get teleported to here, and this is like the complete map, right? That you can build with this tool. Yeah, let's make something much simpler, so we can all like understand what's going on. So let me call it default. The GamiKey has like dynamic daytime, like you can go from day to night. Let's keep that, but let's make it like shorter, and let's make a very small map just for the sake of this exercise. Yeah, it's just loading like a lot of the. Okay, so basically this is the map editor again. I can edit things like by different layers. So I will use the layer number 0 because I want to work with the terrain. So let me find for dirt. And my brush, I want to make it like bigger. And I want to have some boundaries here. So let's find some rocks. I think this is a sufficiently good one. Okay, so yeah, let's change to the dynamic layer like mode. So let me put some boundaries here in this map. And that's it. And let's put some in the middle. All right, let's put more things in this map. Let me put like the starting point for the player, and let me add like a monster or something, like a goblin. Yes, and because it can be night or day depending on my internal clock, then let's put some light sources like here, here, and here. All right, so let's save this. Let's override the official one. Let me do this for a second, and let's give it a try. So I just made my first. Okay. No, let's add some music because this is kind of lame. So let's find some music. Song. Okay, yeah. Dangerous song. I like the name of that. I will put the song there. Let me save it. And I don't know if you can hear it, but now I have like a proper music for this scene, right? So there's the goblin, he's searching for me. So if I get close to it, it's not gonna do anything because it doesn't have like anything to hurt me. I mean, but let me give it a tool, right? So let's give it an axe. So if I put an axe in here, and then I save it. Okay, no, reload. Yeah, now it has something to hurt me. So if I get too close, it's gonna hurt me, right? Okay, but basically, that's too bad. That's too bad. All right, so going back to the editor. So this is what I call like an artistic approach to creating games, right? Because this is probably more similar to like using a like GIMP, right? So you have a canvas and you're painting the canvas with objects that come with predefined behaviors, right? So as you can see, like there was the dirt. I don't know if you noticed, but these lights, these campfires, they produce like light, right? They emit light. And this goblin, it has like all the behaviors for chasing, like looking for targets, chasing, attacking, and so on, right? But the interesting thing about this is that everything in GamiKey, it's an entity. Like there's literally like no difference between the rocks, the dirt, the player, the weapon, and the goblin. They are exactly the same, and these entities are composed of some properties, right? So depending on how you mix those properties, you can model a goblin or you can model the dirt. So that is like the next step, right? So at this point, you can create a lot of games with this, right, by just reusing these thematic packs. But the next level is understanding like how these entities work, right? And this is kind of interesting because this is called like systemic thinking, right? Because underneath there is a system that operates over these entities and their properties, and from there, behaviors emerge, right? The games emerge from how you configure these entities. So let's look at the Goblin like in detail, just to understand like what is an entity. Right? So I'm gonna edit this, and this is like the not surprisingly, it's called Entity Editor, and basically it has like 3 pillars, right? One is basically just these properties that the entity engine uses to emerge all of these behaviors. I'm not gonna go like in deeper of all these. It's not a lot. It's relatively few properties, right? But I'm just gonna focus for the sake of time. I'm gonna focus on basically just 3. The actuators is basically just a collection of predefined behaviors that you can assign to an entity. Like for example, grass or the dirt, they have no behavior whatsoever, so this will be empty, right? But for something complex like the goblins, you can see like it roams, like it moves randomly. It can aggro, I mean, it's looking for targets. If it has a target, it's gonna follow it. If it finds something that can be used as a weapon, it will take it. And if he has it on the hand, he's gonna use it, right? And it can be destroyed, right? So this is all the behaviors that I gave to this goblin. The other important properties are the state. So basically an entity has a state and it can move between states depending on what's going on in the game, right? Or the actions that are applied to these entities. So for example, like the default one is just idling, it's just there doing nothing, but it can be like moving or taking things or, being destroyed, etc. And the other one is direction, right? I explained these two because it's helpful to understand the next part. So basically we have an entity which can have a graphical representation, right? So in this case, because these entities, they have combinations of states and directions, you can create animations and assign those animations to those to those combinations of state and direction, right? So basically, let me find some animation that is good to show. Basically, yeah, let me find the moving west. So basically, when this entity is moving west, it's gonna use this animation, right? And the way you create these animations in GamiKey, GamiKey lets you use like any like standard like sprite, like tile sheet. And yeah, this is some assets that obviously I did not draw this. That's not my thing, but thankfully for the Martins out there, there's a lot of good resources like opengameart.org, and they are all like GPL assets that you can use. They are really good. So basically, let me explain like how this animation works. So basically, as you can see, like all these sprites are enumerated, right? So I can say, okay, for this particular combination of state and direction, I want these the first frame to be 117. So if you look, yeah, it's this one, right? So it's this one, 117, and the last one is gonna be 125. So I'm basically just defining like what are the frames that compose this animation, and then I can do a lot of transformation. For example, like how long the animation should last. So if I make it like longer, it's gonna be slower. If I give it less time, it's gonna be faster, right? The animation itself. And then I have like transformations to, like make it bigger or like flipping it or like rotating it, etc. But basically GamiKey gives you like these very basic but powerful tools to just create like these different objects and animate them. And the same thing about the sounds, right? But the sounds are a little bit simpler because it only operates on the states. So you're basically saying when this entity is like moving, right, then use this sound, right? Like for example here, like when this goblin entity is moving, I can basically just assign a sequence of different files, and that's gonna be basically why it's played, when that entity is on that particular state. So for example, right, that's the that's the sequence when the goblins move, right? And let's see another one, like for example. Okay, when it's using things, yeah, it's kind of similar, right? But that's the sound like when it's using something. But I don't know if then when if we have time for questions, then you can ask me more. But the idea is very simple, right? So entities, they have states, and then you can start like giving it specific animations and sound for these different states, right? And that's how you basically do this, basically without coding, but not without thinking, right? Because understanding how all these properties can be used to model a specific behavior is really like a work of trial and error. Like even for myself who created this, like I don't even know like what are all the possible combinations that can come out of this. So you still have to think, but it's not like you're not writing like algorithms. You are basically using like systemic thinking to operate here. So basically that's like the initial like two-layer approach for like starting to create something with GamiKey, right? And as you can see, it's initially more of an artistic activity, but then you have to start thinking about like the systems and the properties and see how to model those things with that very limited amount of behaviors and properties. All right, so another thing that is important to notice is that, of course, all of these objects come with predefined behaviors, but you can I can override these things for one particular entity, right? So I put this goblin here, but I can just go here and override those for this particular object, right, entity, and I can remove absolutely everything. And then if I try it, the goblin is not gonna do anything because it's just gonna be there like nothing because I removed all the behavior. So I can take these entities and then I can modify them a little bit instance by instance, right? Okay, but now comes the most probably the coolest part of GamiKey is that, and let me go to the presentation just to have my memory. So better with company, right? So when you create something, one of the coolest things about creating something is to share that something, right? So GamiKey actually has two things regarding this. One is you can basically export your creations, right? I can export my creation. It's going to create like a bundle file where everything that needs to be there for this game to be shared with someone is going to be there, and then someone else can just import it, right? And that's very nice, but that's very basic. But there's one thing that it's even cooler than just seeing someone experiencing your creation. The only thing that is better than that is experiencing your creation with that other person, right? So what GamiKey does is that by design, everything you create with GamiKey is multiplayer by default. So basically, let's go here. Let's play this game. Let me put this window here. Now let me create a new session and let me allow one more player. Then if someone else comes, they can join my session. So now, basically, I can create something that I can not only share with somebody else, but I can experience with someone else. Well, I mean, you can experience with as much RAM and CPU you have, right? But there's no hard code for how many cooperators you can have, right? Yeah. So let me see one more thing. Let me remove the music for a little bit because it's kind of loud. But yeah, let me show you something more. And the fact that you can create things that you can have cooperators, right? It opens the door for a next idea, right? So if you can have human cooperators, thank you, why not having code cooperators, right? So let me show you the same example again, but just a little bit different. So I'm gonna play this again, hopefully without the music. Perfect. Just a campfire sound, very relaxing. Let me create another session. And now let me join the game, like somebody else can join my game, but with code, right? So join with code. And I have this built-in editor, right? And let me literally copy paste something from the documentation. So okay, this. Let me copy this. This is just an example. So what GamiKey provides is I don't know if you're familiar with the Logo programming language, but this like a programming language where you control this turtle can move and do like drawings, right? But the idea is that, I mean, the API level of that is like you can move forward, you can turn left, you can draw, you can do certain things. So basically, GamiKey gives you like this very simple Python API to control these cooperators, right? So if I now join this with my code, it will do that. So it's joining the session. It's just doing nothing for 1 second. Then it moves to the east for 1 second, moves to the west for 1 second, takes whatever is in front of it. In this particular case, it was me, right? So that's why my character was like doing this animation of floating, right? And then it's just gonna use it. It cannot use other players, but anyway, then it drops me, and then do something else, and then it quits, right? But basically, this is like real Python code, but it's limited to controlling only one entity, right? Your entity, your player, right? And this is like super powerful because there's a lot of things that you can do already with this, right? For example, like if you're a teacher and you're teaching like Python and you want to teach like specific like concepts, then you can use GamiKey to create a scenario where that concept makes sense. Like for example, I don't know, you want to have like conditionals, right? And then you can create like this map where the kids have to write the code to basically go from point A to point B, and they have to literally write the code to evade the obstacle and get to the point, right? That's like a very silly and super simple idea, but I think you get the point, right? So you can basically create scenarios and then use those scenarios to teach specific things, right? And then use Python, like real Python, to control your entities. Or, this is the best part, so many years ago I created with some friends a project, it's called Roddy. It's like a very small, low-cost like robot for teaching programming. Oh, okay, not good. Yeah, and one of the coolest things that I saw people doing with it is this like sumo competitions, right? So they draw this line and they use the sensors for the line followers, right? So they don't go outside of the arena, right? And basically one of the robots has to push the other robot outside of the circle, right? But imagine what you can do with GamiKey. So you can take like that idea and then like go overboard. Like you can basically create like your own like Roman Colosseum and put like lions and fire and like holes and everything that you can imagine. And then you can have like your students join all of your students can join like this session and they have to compete, right? But it's interesting because it can be a competition or it can be like a collaboration session. You can have like NPCs like those goblins and they have to fight them, for example, right? So this kind of opens the door for many different like learning experience. All right, so let me show you one more thing that you can do. So what I showed so far is that you can play games, you can create games without coding, you can customize the behavior of these objects that compose these games by just turning some switches and adding animations and sounds. And you can actually use these to learn some Python basics and give this tool to teachers so they can create content like that is tailored to their students and the content they want to teach. But there's one more thing, of course. This is all very limited. So when I was showing this scenario, right? Let's see, like the goblin again. Like all these actuators, or the behaviors that you can assign, they are fixed. They are hard-coded. They come with GamiKey, right? So they are very limiting. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's like 30, and you can emerge a lot of interesting things with those 30s, but there's always something you cannot do, right? So basically what you can do is you can create plugins. So basically, you can create your own actuators for GamiKey. So let me show you this one. So let me save this one. I already created this one, yeah. But what this actuator does is basically, if the entity finds an obstacle, it's gonna switch the direction to the opposite direction. That's all it's gonna do, right? So let me save this in a particular place. So here's my game, Small Dungeons. There's this directory called like actuators, and I can save it here, right? The editor already noticed that I have something new there. And now if I edit like this particular goblin, I can edit this one. And first, let me give it some behavior for proposals. Proposals is just basically an actuator that moves something in whatever direction it is. Like it's gonna go forward, right, no matter the direction. But now that I added that plugin, now I can mix that proposes with my other actuator, which whenever the entity finds a obstacle, it's just gonna flip the direction, right? So let's see how that works. Let me save this and try it. So basically you can see there that I wrote this new actuator. Yeah, super annoying, right? But anyway, so actuators can not only control like what one entity does, but they can also control the whole scene. So for example, you can use these plugins to write like a specific like end conditions like for the games. Like for example, are you creating a game? I don't know. And you win if all of these types of entities disappear or whatever, right? So you can write plugins for controlling one entity or the whole scene. So you basically can like create more complex games with this. Yeah, that's basically almost all of it. So yeah, plugins with Python, and then engine with Python, because of course, this tool is written with Python in GTK, so, and it's open source, so anyone, like, if all of the things that I show are super limiting for someone, then they can just go and hack the tool itself, because it's open source and it's written in Python, and I put a lot of love, so the code is very, very readable. So yeah, that's the last frontier, right? Let me see. So we're almost out of time. So basically, that was it. What's next? I wrote a very nice documentation, which actually is translated into Portuguese, and some Spanish and some other languages. There's some accessibility things that I need to fix. For example, the scene editor doesn't have like undo or redo, and it's super annoying because sometimes you make mistakes and then you have to like something again. Like, yeah, very basic, and then optimize a lot of things. But yeah, there's a lot of things, and especially like creating more like video tutorials and edtech kits. So like that's probably the most important thing that's missing is like if you give this tool to someone, but there's no like a guide for how to use it, is going to be completely worthless, right? So I'm really like trying to find the time of the people to actually create like these contents for learning, for example, for teaching like basic Python, for example, right? And then create some material so this tool can become actually useful. And lastly, some acknowledgements. Yeah, Rafael Fontanel, he did not only translated like everything, like the documentation and the UI to Brazilian Portuguese, but he also designed like the whole like strategy for how we will translate the documentation more easily, and that made it so easy that we started receiving like other translations like for like Hindi and Spanish and so on. And by the way, yeah. So thanks to Scramble, Hyman, and Patricia, which happens to be my wife, so she translated it to Spanish. Thanks to Tobias and Jacob for the amazing icon that they designed. Yeah, this one that you can see there. And yeah, of course, thank you for Open Game Art and Kenny and Elle, because they provide these amazing, open source assets to make games. So it's amazing, like all the things you can do. And lastly, yeah, my employer, CodeThink, for sponsoring my trip to GUADEC, so I can share this with you. So, any questions? Yes.
You can repeat it.
Oh.
So, very cool. I was curious if you could talk a little bit more about the sharing. Is there a server somewhere? Or
Yes. It's an old school. Oh, yes, yeah. So he's asking about the architecture, like a server client architecture. This is just like old school games. Like whoever creates the game session is the server, and the others joins.
was this on the sort of local network sharing?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's almost intentional, the fact that this is more of a LAN party experience, right? It's not like a service, and I'm not interested in collecting, data or, like selling the, that is a kind of a sensitive topic. So I designed this to be like a old school LAN party experience, right? Yeah. Any other question? Yes.
Do the actual characters count as obstacles?
Yes.
So like if you stepped into the path of the goblin, it would hit you.
Yeah.
In that aspect.
Yes. Yes. I could have like made it shorter. Like I could just move myself and then have it bouncing like in a very small place, right? Everything is an entity, so like all the same rules applies for everything in the scene. Yes.
I guess, have you tried this with kids?
Yes. Yeah.
What age range does it work for?
He asked if I tried this with kids. Yes, I mean I haven't done like very large experiments, but I have done like with small groups, right? And in one particular experience, it was very like crazy because he said, "I want to play as a rock. I want my hero to be a rock." Right? And then like I hacked like very fast these things. So now like when you create a session or join a session, you can specify the ID of the entity, right? But it's kind of funny because if you select a rock as it is, then you can do nothing, right? Because it's but yeah, beware with what you ask, right? But yeah, I did it and I learned a lot of things, but I'm still like in this phase of, like making this tool like being known and doing these small experiments, but nothing at large scale or anything. Anything else? Okay, and I don't know, if anyone is interested in this, then we can crash one of the empty rooms when the workshop days come. We can just crash one of those and we can make games or something, right? So thank you everyone for coming and attending online.
Thank you, Martin, for amazing demo. We now have 1 hour lunch break, and we'll have a next talk at 5 p.m. So, yeah. Thank you.
We're here for a pre-recorded talk from Phil Withnall about parental controls in GNOME 47.
Hello. This talk is going to be about parental controls and digital well-being and what's happened on them in the GNOME 47 cycle so far. The two are quite closely linked, and as you'll see, there's actually been more work on the digital well-being side this cycle than there has been on parental controls. That work will form the foundation for later parental controls work. The plan for Philanthropies was to implement these three things: health breaks, session time limits, and screen time, and bedtime. And it's funded by a grant from Daily Philanthropies to the GNOME Foundation. These three things are useful for both digital wellbeing and for parental controls. For digital well-being, we want to provide tools to help you keep yourself well and happy on the computer. And for parental controls, we want to provide tools to help you help your children or dependents keep well and happy on the computer. But those tools in both instances are quite similar. So firstly, health breaks or break reminders. These will function the same for both parents and for children. Their purpose is to periodically remind you to take a break from the screen and to get you to move your body around and to give your eyes a rest. There are various apps which can do this already. They've been around for quite a long time, but by having an implementation in GNOME Shell directly, we can provide tighter integration with the desktop and better performance. So it means we can use the shell's internal activity notifications for seeing when your mouse moves, when you're idle or active. So no inter-process communication is needed to detect the user being idle or being active or switching between the two. And it means we can display custom overlays or to desaturate the screen to hint to the user that it's time to take a break, whereas a standalone app can only really display notifications. It can't do anything more involved than that. The design done by Alan Day gives two kinds of breaks: eyesight breaks, which are short and frequent, and movement breaks, which are long and infrequent. The idea is that you look away from the screen during an eyesight break and you step away from the computer during a movement break. So here is the design for the full set of digital wellbeing features. It's designed for within GNOME Control Center. What will land in GNOME 47 will hopefully, or likely, be a subset of the options you see here. So going through it, at the top we have a graph of the amount of time you've spent on the computer in the last 7 days, and you can go back to previous weeks as well, with the idea that this can inform you of the amount of screen time you've spent and therefore the limits you might want to impose on yourself for your screen time limit. And going through to the bottom half of the design, just scrolling down because it won't fit all on slide, you can see there's options for bedtime scheduling, for how you're notified of things like screen time, so whether you want to grade the screen or not, and for your eyesight and movement breaks, and a schedule for how frequent and long you want those to be. Frustratingly, for a presentation, there's fairly little to show of break reminders or health breaks. Essentially, they pop up some different notifications like these two at different times and then give you the option to take, delay or skip the break. A lot of the implementation complexity comes from tracking your idle or active state and working out when breaks are upcoming and what kind of break is upcoming, whether it's eyesight or movement, and whether you've actually been consistently using the computer long enough to warrant one. So it doesn't make for good eye candy, but hopefully it should work quite well in practice. So this has been implemented. It's currently undergoing code review, but it'll hopefully land in time for GNOME 47. So that was health breaks. Now, secondly, we move on to session time limits or screen time. This is a feature which behaves similarly but not quite the same between digital wellbeing and parental controls. So for digital wellbeing, we want to provide hints that you've spent enough time on the computer in a day. That's kind of time for you to stop. But for parental controls, we want to provide a mandatory limit on the amount of time that a child can spend on the computer. In both cases, the user interface for it will be similar. So you get a notification when you've almost used up your time for the day, and then when you're out of time, you'll either get a desaturation of the screen and another notification for digital well-being, or you'll just get logged out if you're a child and it's parental controls that is imposing the limit. Implementation-wise, we need to know how long the user has spent logged in on any session, and we can get this information from systemd in the form of notifications about when the user's session state changes, but we then need to store that list of changes and that history over time. This can then be totaled up to give the current day's usage to see if you've hit your limit, and then it can be stored over the previous few days and weeks to give the day's usage, so we can draw a graph like in the design and help you work out sort of how much time you are actually spending on the computer. This gets a bit more complicated when you consider the session histories for digital well-being and parental controls act on different users. So in the former case, the session history is being stored for you, the current user, whereas in the latter case, for parental controls, it's being stored for a child user. And that child user may, if they have some technical know-how or find out how to on Google, they might try and tamper with the session history to get more time on the computer, and you can't allow that. So on top of that, even if a parent has set a screen time limit on a child, that child might also want to set their own digital well-being time limit, which would have to be less, but they might want to set it nonetheless. So these two things need to be treated slightly separately. So the design we have, technically, is that the session history for digital well-being is going to be stored by GNOME Shell for the current user, so it'll all stay within one user's namespace. And this is implemented and awaiting review. And then the session history for parental controls will have to be stored by a separate daemon, which will allow the parent to query the data so they can see how much time the child has been spending on the computer, and it will allow the child user to feed into it, but not to tamper with it. And this is yet to be implemented. The implementation for the digital wellbeing side of it is here. And similarly, it's also undergoing code review, but it'll hopefully land in time for GOM 47. And the parental control side of it is still in the design stages. Bedtime. The bedtime feature is what it sounds like. It's a reminder to stop using the computer and to go to bed at a certain wall clock time. And this is kind of, you can think of it sort of like screen time, but it's not limited to a number of hours of using the computer, it's just a time of day. Again, this is something which can be implemented for both digital wellbeing and for parental controls, and the parental controls version would be mandatory, whereas the digital wellbeing version would be a hint. GNOME already has a night light feature, which changes the screen colour as the sun sets, but the well-being or parental controls bedtime would be in addition to this. So far, the bedtime feature is still in design, it's not been implemented yet, but it should be fairly straightforward to implement once the session time limits and the screen time code is landed, because it'll have a lot of commonality, and the user interface for it will be fairly straightforward to implement on top of that. So that's where we are. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Here are some links to various of the designs and the slide source in case you're interested.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of accidentally zipped through a couple of Philip's awesome slides, but hopefully we can. If you have any questions, I believe Philip is in the room, or he might not be actually. Let's see if I can find him. Let's see if he's on Matrix right now. Well, I guess before I grab Philip, does anyone have any questions for him? Okay, I'm going to see if he's online. Oh, there he is. Hi, Philip. Let me just close this. Oh, I see.
Let's just, yeah, give it a minute. Also, Cassidy has sent this message on the track. So basically, probably Philip, even if...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's in the room. He was saying that he might like to answer questions in the metrics chat, but he's here.
Yeah. Hi, Philip. So if you'd like to answer some questions from the room, I think they'll be audible in the feed. If you want to stand up, Adrian.
Hi. I don't know if you can hear me. Is any of this going to be reusing? He can't.
I think.
We're muted.
Think he can.
Oh, you think he can? Okay. Well, is any of this going to be reusing malcontent, like the existing parental controls framework? Is that integrated in any way? Like, how do these two projects interact?
So,
And maybe I'll just
Well, we
write.
can
I put it in the channel. Yeah, just
Yeah.
put it in the channel.
okay. Or what we can do is you can just go to the laptop here and then unmute.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, we have a lot of... Oh yeah, he's muted. Why are you muted? I don't know. Philip answered in text that it will definitely reuse malcontent. We have another question asking if GNOME extensions can be used to add to a screen time. So, for instance, GS Connect could sync your phone screen time with your computer. Oh yeah, I see. We're having audio issues on both ends.
Also, for this lecture, you can unmute yourself when talking, just so we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So I'll unmute myself in Big Blue Button. But I wish I could hear you, Phil.
Phil hear you?
Can you hear me?
He's muted.
You're muted. Yeah. Dang, we should have tested this.
This might have been covered at the beginning and missed it, but the parental controls, do they integrate with the browser and use some sort of like lock list? Or is that not covered at all?
I don't know the answer to that. Philip, do you? Yeah, I can just relay that into the chat here.
That it's based on them?
Well, that was my question. He says that it's going to reuse parts of content, but here he was talking about screen time enforcement.
Okay. Right.
Let's see here.
Or is it muffled because it's using that microphone and we're just far away from it? Or
Oh. Maybe. Oh yeah, what microphone is this using?
It should be coming through the TV if he's speaking.
Yeah.
he's unmuted.
He's unmuted.
But he's saying he can hear us. We're just really muffled.
Okay. That's
Can you hear us on this mic, Phil?
Yeah.
That's what I did today.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, feedback loop.
So I use this microphone basically. You can mute that.
Yeah, this
Otherwise
one.
you can hear the phone.
All right.
And there, you can talk to me.
Hi. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Oh wow.
When he wants to speak, if he mutes us, and then when he's speaking, we'll mute ourselves.
Oh wow, that's a complicated. So,
Feedback loop.
or maybe he can just answer the questions in the chat. Probably it's kind of more.
Yeah, you know what? I think that might be the best thing. I can just. I'm sorry. I should have been relaying these answers. So, sorry. We should. It's too bad we don't have a very good. Haven't quite figured this out yet. But. Sorry. I mean, yeah. All the Q&A here is in the GUADEC Track 2 Matrix room, and yeah. So you had a question about the.
Like a browser.
Yeah. How it relates to like. Yeah. Yeah.
He responded that there's no integration.
Okay. There you go. Phil's answer is no integration.
He thought you were asking, can you use the web browser to remotely administer it? He said,
Oh, wow.
And I said,
Yeah, audio's not working.
can parental controls enforce website block lists? And he said, no, they can't. They can block the entire browser.
Yeah. Yeah. And then yeah, Ken had a pretty awesome question about if he's aware of the recent law in France pertaining to computers sold needing to have parental controls out of the box. And Philip's answer is that we already comply with that in released versions of GNOME with the existing parental control stuff. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, the best thing to do, probably feel free to continue asking Philip questions on Matrix, and he's around, and smoother than me trying to relay things. But yeah, thanks, Phil, for your talk. That was really cool. And it's really great to see all this progress here.
we are back after a 5-minute break to get a snack and a coffee. So now we are going to continue with our next presentation. Our speaker is Krista Burdine, and she is going to talk about, before they come, you have to build it, making your project accessible to new contributors. Krista, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay. A construction worker walks into a bar holding a piece of asphalt. The bartender says, "What'll it be?" And the construction worker says, "2 beers, one for me, one for the road." Another construction worker comes into the bar. The bartender says, "What'll it be?" The construction worker says, "The usual." And then he sits down next to his friends. A third construction worker walks into the bar. And what are you wondering right now? Why is the bar full of only construction workers? I have a theory. I think it's because the construction workers are the one who built the bar and they didn't ever put a sign on the door, so nobody else can find it. So as she said, I'm Krista Burdine, and I am the community architect for a little open source project called Rocky Linux. And I think a lot about building community and helping people get in the front door. So there's this statement, before they can come, you have to build it. There's another corollary statement, if you build it, they will come. And I don't know if I'm reaching way far too back in the past to know the reference, but if you build it, they will come is a nice sentiment. Sometimes it works. Maybe that's how the charter members of your favorite open source project felt. They put everything together, and their open source project came together, and people came, and it was wonderful, and everybody got together. But not everybody has a magical sense of how to get involved in the project. So maybe it's been a while since your open source project started, and maybe it's time for some fresh perspectives, and you're wondering, how do you encourage new people to join your project? So today, I'm focusing on one key element of success, which is accessibility, also known as putting the sign on the front door. So why is accessibility so important? Open source communities often rely on volunteers to do the work. That means you can't just hire people when you need new people to do new things. We have to get creative at finding other ways to motivate people and to show them the way in and give them the reasons to stay. There are some other ways to motivate people that I found. It's called other compensations or other salaries that people get when they put their effort into volunteering for an open source project. And so what we want to do is help them get something out of it. Some of the ways that people can be motivated are financial. They're also psychological or social, educational, or freedom related. So that means maybe what? Your volunteers get something back. Maybe they feel important when they come to your project. Maybe they meet friends there and they have a friend group or social group. Maybe they are learning something. That's how I joined open source, was I wanted to learn how to write technical documentation. That's where I came from. Or maybe they want to be able to contribute in their own way on their own terms. All of those are valid reasons and are all things that can motivate people to come in and stay. So that is the value of building a community. So the first way to build your community is to make it easy. You have to put the sign on the front door. You can't just have a front door. You have to put a sign on the front door. Because how can you expect someone to visit your house if they can't even find the door? So this is my keyword for today, my key phrase. This is the one thing that we're going to learn today and take away. We're going to look at the aspect of making shared knowledge in your open source project accessible. That's your sign that you're putting on the front door. You're making it accessible. That way anybody who wanders in has a place to get caught up on what the project is up to without necessarily needing a personal tour. The first thing in making shared knowledge accessible, the first piece of knowledge to share is a code of conduct. A code of conduct is important for your community. It we even heard it from the keynote speaker this morning, that not only do we have a code of conduct here, but we're very emphatic that it is important. When I heard them double down on that, that was good to me. That told me something about this community, that they're very serious about it. A code of conduct can include examples of positive behaviors that the community values, like kindness or open-mindedness. And it gives examples of behaviors that are considered offensive. When have you crossed the line? We're going to define it in this code of conduct. And then finally, it outlines the consequences of offensive behavior. All of these things are important to put everything out in the expectations. When people are going to walk into the door of your community, they know what the expectations are. One of the important pieces of having a code of conduct, though, is not just having it and outlining consequences, but enforcing it. Because when you enforce it, then the people who are wondering if this is something for them feel safe and feel emboldened to participate and to become part of the community. So those are all reasons why a code of conduct is a really valuable part of the shared knowledge of your project. Another piece is the community architecture. How's your community put together? Okay, so there's two parts of that. One is the project documentation. You want to have good documentation. And the second is community wiki, which is also documentation. It's just not of the project, it's of how the community is put together. With documentation that you think of when I say the word documentation, one of the ways to make your documentation stand out is to pay attention to accessibility features, such as having a standard pre-reading layout for all the documents in a category, or reviewing all the documentation that you have for getting rid of outdated language. They're just ways that we're trying to make language more inclusive and more current. And if you're looking at that in your documentation and people are reading your documentation, they are going to respond to that and say, oh, I can tell that this organization, this project is thinking about things now into the future instead of being stuck in the past. So documentation needs to be up to date. It should be available on a variety of browsers and work across a range of devices such as mobile or tablet or a laptop or a desktop. It's important, even if you have a preferred way within your open source project of how to consume information or how people should consume information, you are limiting your community size potential if you do not take into account all the ways to consume information. So as many as you can offer, as many ways as you can make the documentation available through browsers and devices, that's going to grow the number of people who are potentially able to become part of your project. It should be easy to contribute to documentation, easy to find the starting point. Again, find that front door of the documentation part of your project. It should be easy to understand for people who maybe have English as their second language. It should be used in words that are not necessarily metaphors or figures of speech. All of that helps make it more understandable and comprehensible by a wider variety of people. Sometimes your information is complex, so it's good to consider having a tutorial available or also being clear about the places where you can ask people for help. Easy is also the word for other stored or other shared information. So newcomers will want to easily find notes from previous meetings, links to any recorded meetings. They'll want to know where your blog posts are or your standard presentations that explain the project. All the notes are what belongs in one place for people to be able to find your front door and to understand your project so that they will come in and become part of it. But maybe that content doesn't exist because you haven't taken notes at your meetings or you haven't written any blog posts yet. So a good place to start when you know that you want to bring more people into your project is to look at that, to create a blog post that really talks about where you came from and where you want to go. Or to start with taking notes at your meetings that you have. Or maybe your project is in a place where you need to start having meetings to talk about things and not just doing it all in back channels. All of those offer a place to start if you feel like you wish your project had more volunteers. You know you need to grow it. So all these various bits of info may be stored in various places throughout your project on different communication methods, or some on the web, some in GitHub or wherever. But you want to create a place where all of your information can be found in one spot, a one-stop shop, the front door. And this is the README file. So you're going to include the things like the code of conduct, a link to your documentation, the community wiki, all these other things, the recordings, the presentations, and the blog posts. They can all be there. And you're going to, so you have all of the information, front door, right there, and then include with that a piece of explanation about your project. Where did you come from? What are you doing now? Where are you going? Just anything that gives people a way to connect. That's really the basic thing I'm trying to share today, is just this part of making shared knowledge accessible. That's the first and most important part to me of growing your engagement within your community. When you're ready to grow beyond that, there are other metrics that you can use that will help you to know where you can improve. And this is something that I've been working through this year with my team in the Rocky Linux project. So out of that, I'm just gonna, I think I do have time. Yay. There are a few different areas of metrics that you can use. One of them is in your project architecture. How's your project built? Those metrics would include project maturity and project viability. So do you have a clear roadmap? Do you follow a regular release cycle? Do you have good documentation, and does the support for your project come from a variety of sources rather than, say, one big corporate sponsor or something like that? Do you have a wide variety of people supporting your project? These are all things that'll help your project be successful. I guess what I'm trying to do is give you hope and encouragement that there are things you can do to increase the engagement with your project. There is the architecture of your community that you can look at, between the community growth and the community diversity. So you want to have in your project somewhere defined what are the roles of the different people in your project. Do you have people specifically doing infrastructure, or specifically doing testing, or specifically working on the community outreach part? When you define those, it allows people to read this and put that in the place where all your shared knowledge is. When those roles are written out, people can see themselves in a role, and then they know how they can become a part of this. And then the community diversity. Do you have new members? How many members do you have? What kinds of members do you have? Do you have people who are looking at the project with all different eyes? So not just working on the code, but also working on outreach, also working on the administrative things, or planning these events, or working on the testing part, or looking down the road at what comes up next. So I want to stop here for a minute and talk about the value of non-code contributions. I think it has culturally is shifting. I think there in the past has been an attitude, and maybe somewhat still now, that it's only the people who actually built the project that are the true contributors, and everybody else is just sort of helping. And I would contend that the non-code helpers are as important as the code helpers. And to that end, I know in the Rocky Linux community, we make a big deal about saying, if you are following us on social media, if you support us if you come in the forums and answer questions, if you are at all consider yourself part of the community, then we consider you part of our community. That's just, I've found that that's very disarming when you tell people that they're included and you don't really care if they've filled out a bunch of forms or whatever, and just say, yeah, you want to be here, and we'll find a place for you to get involved. There are non-code, non-technical things that can be done. and differently technical, because technical writing is not about code, but it's still technical. Anyway, so that's my big drum that I like to beat, is that non-code contributions are also very important. And it's disarming and surprising how much people include themselves when you offer to them that that's a possibility. And then the third aspect of metrics you can look at is looking at measuring your maintainers and users. So the people who created your project, who actually wrote the code or who put it all together, are they still engaged with the project? Are they recognizing contributors? Are they transparent? Are they writing release notes? And then the user community engagement, are people actually coming into your we have a chat server in IRC, and I think the GNOME has Matrix. Do you have something like that where people are engaging? And is the mix of people who are engaging, is it a balanced mix of people who are brand new and people who have been around for a long time? So those are the main metrics, and that is just really more of an overview than an actual set of instructions. Remember, make shared knowledge accessible. That's your first thing, first priority, and then you can look at it more. So again, my name is Krista. I like tiny food. I like black cats. I tried to give you some tiny food today, just one thing that you needed to learn. It's been my second year right now of working as the community architect of the Rocky Enterprise Software Foundation, which is the hosting company for the Rocky Linux project, which is our flagship project. And I do love talking about non-code contributions. I really appreciate your attentiveness to that. If you want to talk more about building community, that's a QR code that has links to me. You can ask me more questions. You can reach out that way, and you can ask questions now if you'd like. Yes, I will take a question. Oh, come on down to the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if I wanted to check if a project was following all these best practices, could I find your slides online somewhere?
These slides?
Yeah,
will
or
be
other
online.
material that would help do that.
Yes, yes, and I'm sure this is not original material, but I've put it together in my own way. But please reach out to me if you'd like that. I'm working from material, so I can help digest that or pass it on to you, whichever makes the more sense.
Thanks.
Yes, definitely contact me for that, because it's been really helpful. I will say that we're working on it through the Rocky Linux project for sure, have been working through and saying we don't have to be perfect in every metric, but we need to take count of where we are now so that we can be working forward and not even work on all of them. This is my problem. I want to work on all of them at the same time, and that's not really realistic either. But we have picked a few. My one for this year really was make shared knowledge accessible. So we now have things on the Rocky Linux wiki that weren't there before, and it's fun to see progress happening. If anybody would like, I did bring a few t-shirts with me to this event. I'm offering them first to those of you who are in the room. Right now, I have at least one in every size. I have at least two in every size. So please feel free to come have one, and I'll be walking around out here the rest of today and tomorrow, and I would look forward to meeting you. Thank you so much.
Can I ask another question?
You may ask another question.
GNOME as a project has a lot of different sub-projects, repositories, and some of the projects have a lot of momentum and some of them are kind of under-maintained. Have you thought about how you can apply metrics like maybe more across the whole ecosystem like that to identify when different parts of the project are becoming under-maintained or need more community help?
Are you talking about projects in general? Or your project, or you're not talking about, you're asking me in general, right? Not about Rocky Linux?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Or it could be for Rocky Linux.
Well, it's a newer project, so we don't have, just to answer that one, most of the projects we have are more current, right? And we've tried really hard to keep the scope of our projects within our ability to manage them. There are things that are under-maintained, and I think everybody does, like you said. Every project has parts that are under-maintained. I think it's good to take a stock of it and say how much, the word we've been using a lot this year is technical debt. How much technical debt have we inspired here, and how can we dial it down and pay it down? So I think it's helpful to look at these, to use these metrics and evaluate it. Maybe even taking it to the different aspects of the project, taking it down to that level, and then say, does this project need to stay here, or can it be rolled into, as far as paying attention-wise, like with the maintainers paying attention, right? How can we roll that into something else so that there are fewer people tasked with having to stay on top of it? I think there's value in working through the metrics that way. All right, thank you all. Thank you for the water, Dan.
So thank you very much, Krista. Really, really interesting. The importance of community is, well, basically the main thing. The projects wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the people who are behind them. So I very much appreciate these kind of presentations. Now we have a 20-minute break, so we can go and grab some coffee, and we'll come back here in exactly 20 minutes with the next and last presentation for this track. See you later.
just say it?
Yeah, to the microphone.
Okay.
The last talk of the day for track 2 is GNOME Crosswords Year 3 by Jonathan Lanford.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. This talk was really going to be done with Federico and I. It was supposed to be a 40-minute talk, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to be giving it solo, and we tried to compress the talk. Federico will actually be giving the full talk as a keynote at LOS, so if you get a chance to go watch it there, you'll hopefully catch everything that we tried to get across. First, a little bit about me. I've been involved in GNOME for a very, very long time, since '97 in fact. First code I wrote for GNOME was our solitaire game, and I wrote that for fun. Since then I've been involved in a lot of different aspects of GNOME, some professionally and some on a personal basis. I've been on the board, I've been on the advisory board, I've been on an engineer, and I've managed GNOME engineers. But right now I'm back to writing games just for fun. So here's a quick agenda for this talk. I want to focus on 3 things. I want to go through what GNOME Crosswords is and what it is that we've built. I want to give a little background on the process of writing crosswords from scratch, as I imagine that's unfamiliar to most people. And time permitting, I want to cover some of the architectural decisions we made around the tools for writing crosswords. We used a very different architecture than is traditional, and I think the decisions we made might be interesting. So what is GNOME Crosswords? It's 2 separate programs. First, it's a standalone game that lets you solve crosswords for fun. And second, it's a separate editor that lets someone write and edit crosswords. I started this almost exactly 3 years ago. For my entire life, I've loved doing crosswords, and I wanted to try my hand at writing some. The pandemic was starting to wind down a little, and I was looking for a new hobby beyond baking sourdough, and this seemed like an interesting little project. Fast forward 3 years, it's not so little anymore. The code base is now pushing 50,000 lines of code. It's mostly in C with some Python, and we're rewriting portions of the core in Rust. We have translations in 4 languages, and I'd love to see more. So if you can help with this, I'd love to hear from you. And it's grown into a robust open source project. We've had 28 different contributors over time, and I especially appreciate those listed above who helped me maintain this project. On the implementation side, the code is split between an internal core library and the interface. The internal library, called libipuzz, lets you load, save, and especially manipulate crossword files. It supports the ipuzz file format natively, and we have some very basic support for implementing some other file formats as well. Since I'm sure most people here are unfamiliar with crossword file formats, the ipuzz spec is an open spec built on top of JSON. Most puzzle file formats are very undocumented and proprietary, so we chose this one. libipuzz is entirely internal at the moment, but in the medium term, I'd really like to support it publicly. There are plenty of simple puzzle loading libraries out there, but I haven't found a good one yet that supports manipulating crosswords like we do. We're in the middle of adding geometry introspection support to take advantage of all the language bindings and doc support, and I'd like to target a public release by the end of the year. We're also in the process of migrating libipuzz to Rust. I love and trust Emanuele a bunch for JSON glib, but we do way too much string and file manipulation in C for me to be really comfortable with it in the long run here. And I have Parental, a GSOC intern, doing a fabulous job on converting it to Rust right now. On the UI front, there's a lot of widgetry shared between the 2 programs, but the editor is probably about twice as big than the game in practice. Okay, it's enough talking. I'd love to give a brief tour of the game, and I'm not as brave as Martine, so rather than risk a demo, I took a bunch of screenshots of it in action. However, the best thing you can do is probably download it and try it yourself. That's much better than screenshots or demos. So, this is what you see when you first start the game. It's a very simple screen showing all the puzzle sets you have installed. If you select one, you get to a puzzle selection screen that looks like this. You either get a list of puzzles to play with or a thumbnail view of available crosswords. And selecting a puzzle will get you to the actual game. This is what it looks like when solving a crossword, and I imagine it's familiar to most people and probably pretty comfortable too. please note, this is sort of what we would call a standard crossword, sometimes called American-style crosswords, and I assume everyone here has tried one at least at some point in their life. You can tell it's a standard crossword puzzle by how dense the grid is and how terse the clues are. Oops, I think it went once too many. But beyond standard crosswords, we support a number of different crossword types and features. We support cryptic crosswords, which are also very popular, and most crosswords can be classified as either cryptic or standard. They're characterized by the sparser grid, so you can see fewer light squares there, complex cues, and the distinctive word breaks and punctuations that you can see between the cells. We support rebuses, which are crosswords with multiple letters in a cell, and barred crosswords where you see a line between each cell rather than blocks. We support a variant called arrow words. These are more common in Europe and feature the clue in the block. They also tend to be non-symmetric. And we grew support for a puzzle variant called Philippines. These are mostly found in the Netherlands, actually, and it was a user-contributed feature. And finally, we support acrostic puzzles. These technically aren't crosswords, but are similar enough that it was fairly straightforward to add them. And I'd like to give a shout out to Tan Mei, who was a GSOC student last summer. He wrote this and has continued to work on acrostic support long after that program ended. Hopefully you guys can see that. Like all good modern GNOME apps, we have an adaptive layout. We work on both very large and very small screens. And finally, we have the ability to call out to a third-party crossword downloader to grab crosswords. So, how do you actually write a crossword? On the surface, it's really easy. You pick a clever theme to base your puzzle around. You then create a grid based on that theme, and then you write the clues. Of course, it's not actually that simple. The thing is, with standard crosswords, creating grids, especially creating grids manually, is really, really hard. On the other hand, writing good clues for cryptic crosswords is similarly tricky. Why is that? So, I'm going to introduce you to a fundamental rule of crosswords. Every cell needs at least 2 paths to its answer. Every cell needs at least 2 paths to its answer. If you've ever solved a crossword, this is a rule you've probably internalized without realizing it, and as a player, it's really annoying to run across a puzzle that breaks this rule. In fact, this rule is so important that crossword setters have the term unch to describe parts of the puzzle that break this rule. Unch is short for unchecked, and unches are to be avoided. So let's look at this in a little bit more detail. This is a standard crossword, and you can tell because it has this very distinctive grid here. It's very dense. There are a lot more letters on the grid than other puzzles. As you can see, every single cell has both an across clue and a down clue associated with it. That is our 2 paths to solving a cell. And we want to try and avoid this sort of pattern here in the lower right, where you have a light cell that only has one direction to fill it in. This dense grid is really important in practice, as standard crosswords have terse clues. So for this puzzle, let's look at one across. The clue for that is beneath, and it's 5 letters long. So in this instance, both the words under and below are possible words that can mean beneath. And the first time you read one across, you may not know which of those 2 fits there. It's not until we read one down and find a word that also starts with U that we can feel confident that under is the answer and not beneath. Not below. And that's our 2 paths to filling the first cell. And hopefully that made some sense. When writing standard crosswords, you need this dense grid with both answers in both clues in both directions for each cell. And it's really, really hard to make a grid like this manually. There's a lot of trial and error involved, a lot of backtracking that goes on. You have to find words that fit. You have to add or remove blocks to make it work sometimes. And computers make it a lot easier. To aid in creating a grid like this, a number of tools are traditional and helpful. And we currently support the first 2, at least a little on this list. Now I want to look at cryptic crosswords. That's the other common crossword type you run across. They are traditionally much sparser, and those would be filled with unches if you had traditional clues in them. However, cryptics are interesting because they use clues to provide redundancy, as every clue provides two paths to its answer, often a straight definition at the start or end of the clue and some wordplay. And it is possible to get unches in cryptic crosswords. If you have a run of 3 lights in a row, that's pretty frowned on. All right, so how do cryptic clues work in practice? I'm going to walk you through a couple of clues and their answers, and hopefully this will make some sense. First, we're going to look at 3 down. 3 down, if you can read here, is throttle. The clue for that is check the gas pedal, and the answer is throttle. And I'll give people a few seconds to see if they can see why. So this type of clue is called a double definition clue. And it's got 2 definitions for the word in the same thing. To throttle something can mean to check it. If you have like a flow of something, you throttle it, you check its progress. It's also a term for the gas pedal in a car. In this instance, we have 2 paths to the answer. I'm going to look at another clue to see if this can make sense and you get a sense of what cryptics are like. But we're going to look at 18 across, and the answer there is Lech Walesa. And the clue is leader from Harlech, Wales, appointed. And if you note that there's a 4,6 at the end of that clue, that shows it's a 2-word answer. The first is 4 letters and the second is 6. And if you actually see in the grid, there's a dark line between the answer here, if I can get my cell going, to indicate that there's a word break there. Anyway, give people a second to see if they can see why it is that. Well, here's the breakdown. Lech Walesa, of course, is a leader. He was leader of the Polish Solidarity movement and the first president of Poland. Great man. But why the second half? What's the second path to this answer? Well, it's in there. So it's literally from the word Harlech, Wales, appointed, and that gives you the second way to get to this answer. This is called a hidden word clue, and it's kind of puzzle you might run into if you're doing a cryptic. Don't worry if you didn't fully get these. They can be really confusing the first times you encounter them, but there's a lot of conventions you run into and they're a lot of fun. I put a link there to some explanations of the various kinds of cryptic clues you might run across. And ooh, not quite sure what happened there, but I'll say that writing cryptics is an art form. You need the same tools to create the grid as standard puzzles, but it's a lot easier to find words that fit. Instead, there are a lot of different tools that setters use when running clues. We have a few. We have anagrams, and Protham was our GSOC student last year. Ignore all those extra P's. And he worked on that support, and we also support alternations, but this is a really ripe area of exploration. So now that you have a little idea of what the process of writing crosswords is like, I'm going to do a quick visual tour of what the editor looks like. When you start the editor, you get an initial greeter to pick the puzzle type that you're creating, along with some possible templates. Selecting templates gets you to a screen to edit the grid. I've put in a pre-filled grid here just to show what the statistics look like, but normally it would start blank, of course. And you can see across the top the various modes for editing. You've got grid, then clue, and then metadata. We have a word suggestion tool that will offer words that possibly fit in the grid in a location. This is useful for filling things out. And we have a rudimentary autofill tool. This is fast enough to be able to suggest letters for fairly large sections of the puzzle. It's a little too slow to solve the full puzzle today, but I'd like to make that faster. Once you've created your grid, you need to write your clues. For standard puzzles, it's a little bit easier. It's often definitional, but for cryptic clues, I hope as you got a sense, there's a lot more involved and there's a lot more information here. You'll notice that we have the start of some additional cryptic writing tools at the bottom. We have the anagram, the odds and the evens. These are just tools to try and spur imagination when writing a cryptic. And finally, like all good file formats, it has metadata associated with it. The last part of creating a puzzle is setting that. I know there was a lot there, but I'm hoping people got a good sense of both the problem space and the tools that we use to create crosswords. And I'm going to spend the rest of this talk covering how we wrote the editor. So I want to start by highlighting a few things that make writing the crossword editor tricky. First off, rendering crosswords is surprisingly hard. They render a little bit like fonts. They don't scale linearly as grid and cell positions need pixel alignment. They also fight quite heavily with GTK sizing assumptions. Second, we can't put too many assumptions into the code base. Good puzzles follow conventions, but a lot of great puzzles break them, and we'd like to support some corner cases. Third, as I mentioned, there's a lot of specialized tools to avoid those unches. Each one comes with its own unique set of challenges, and honestly, it could do a whole talk about of its own just on writing these. And then finally, small edits can lead to big changes in the puzzle. I want to dive into that last one in a little bit more detail and show an example because it really affects the architecture of the editor. And I'd like you to keep this example in mind because we'll refer to it for the rest of the talk. Consider a simple grid that the setter is writing. Imagine that they press the pound key or hash key, which will change the cell at a cursor to be a block. When we make that change to the puzzle, we end up with something like this. But that puzzle is all wrong. We now start at 2 across and 2 down, which is broken. No crossword should work like that. We broke the symmetry of the puzzle. We broke any enumerations that existed. So if we tried to correct that, we end up with something that looks a bit more like this. This is probably what we want to have happen. But even that has led to some pretty big changes. The clue for 1 across is now refers to a word that no longer exists, and the clue for 10 across is now the clue for 9 across. So the renumbering sort of changed the way that the clues set up, and clues either disappeared or reappeared. And I hope you start to get a sense of how complex sort of working with crosswords can be. And that leads me to the requirements that we have for this editor. Given how complex operations can be, our biggest focus when writing this tool was to keep the code base as simple as possible to reason about. This is a hobby, and that's true for all the contributors I have as well, and we need straightforward rules for when engaging with the code base and for thinking about the problem space. Along the same lines, we really want all our operations to be testable. We've done a decent job about writing tests for the core, and that has saved our bacon so many times it's not funny. It's very easy to make a change in one area and have unexpected changes in other areas of the program, and having a comprehensive and robust test suite helps mitigate that. As our last example highlighted, we want to make undo and redo core to the application. If a small change can delete whole clues, we need to be able to undo those operations. So we designed this from the beginning to be very, very undo friendly. It's not easy to tack that on, or it wouldn't have been easy to tack it on after the fact. And finally, we need specialized tools to avoid those unches, and they need to be fast. They really are about trying a bunch of different things, not waiting for the answers to come up. When I started doing this application, I had planned on doing a somewhat traditional MVC-style architecture. But after a long chat with Federico, we decided to experiment with unidirectional data flow architecture. This approach is a lot more common in web frameworks such as React and Angular, but is a lot less common in desktop applications due to our in-process nature. However, it has some really nice properties. Namely, it's highly testable and very, very predictable. This architecture is based on an action model view approach where UI events happen in a browser, and callbacks don't modify the model directly. They generate actions instead, which can be represented as values, aka you can serialize it. We then update the model based on the actions, and the view is constructed from the updated model. This approach is really good for the web, as control flows from the browser where the user interacts with it to the server where the model is updated and back to the browser with values going over the network. But that's not how desktop apps are written though. So we made some adjustments to translate this to how you'd write something with GTK. So how did we do it? We kind of have 4 fairly simple rules to keep in mind while writing the crossword. First off, all state for the app is kept within a struct. That struct is just data and can be fully copied and serialized. Second, widgets are stateless and commutative, and I'll define what this means shortly. Third, all control flow is centralized in a top-down dispatch model. And finally, we do our best to have each source file as simple as possible and concentrate our complexity in only a few areas of the code base. So it's going to go into a little bit of detail, hopefully have some time for questions at the end, but let's look at our earlier example. If we have the puzzle in a starting state and that user presses that pound character, the editor state just changes to a new state. Let's call it state 2. We can then send that state out to all the widgets that can be displayed. And the code for that state is really simple there. But the thing to note is that when we create state 2, we make a complete full copy of everything included in the crossword. And that means that the 2 states are both valid and they both could be used for display. And all state is kept in a single struct. For the game, we have a very small struct. It's grid state, you can see the whole thing there. It's just the crossword file and a little bit of display info. On the other hand, the editor has some 20 different members and 4 distinct grid states for its state structure. But the important thing to know is that we make a full copy of it. That means a full copy of the crossword. We duplicate it, we don't ref count it. Everything there is a value, and while we don't serialize it right now, everything could be serialized just to file and reconstituted. It's just basically a number at the end of the day. One rule of thumb we've had for mutating crosswords is we do it as a 2-step process. We make all the changes we want to the puzzle and then call specialized functions for fixing the puzzle to follow convention afterward. So in this example, we set the cell type, we change it to a block, and then fix the symmetry, fix the numbering, fix the clues, et cetera, and that significantly simplifies the mutation code. And finally, once we have our new state, we push it onto an undo redo stack, and that means that undo and redo is basically as simple as picking an older state and rendering it. The undo stack also keeps the pointer to the current active state, but it can move up and down the stack and just make a new state available. Let's talk about widgets for point 2. We have over 50 custom widgets within the game, so setting some rules for them was important. I said that widgets are stateless and commutative. When I said that, I mean that they have anti-hysteresis properties, which means that when set to a given state, they behave and render the exact same way independent of the path that they took to get to that state. That's really important because it means that there's no game state implicitly within any widget. I got this term from a great blog post that Colin Walters wrote a couple years back, where he's talking about OS tree, OS images having this property. It's a bit of a mouthful, so we're going with commutative, but a better term would be suggested. And we do this by having a single way of setting value on the state. Every widget just has one way of state going in. It's got an update function, and one way of information coming out. It's got a changed function, and optionally it has a value with that changed information if it's relevant to the widget. They store just enough information to render and cache to themselves. They never ever change the state of the application, and there's 0 lateral signal connections or signal connections to data, although we do hierarchical for propagation. I'm going to skip this one in the interest of time and go to point 3, which is control is centralized in a top-down dispatch model. As you can see, all widgets sort of go up through one single object that exists. It gets all the requests in, it decides what to do with it, it updates the puzzle, fixes it, and then dispatches it out to the widgets as an update. Widgets themselves will never touch any data. And finally, just a quick call out for this. We try to put all the complexity of a given area into one file, rather distribute it across the application. So we have 3 or 4 big files, one that handles all the crosswords, one that handles all the dispatch and all the callbacks, one that handles all the file operation, and one that does word lookups. And what that's meant is that data structures and widgets in general are actually very simple. They do one thing, they render themselves, and it's very possible to engage with them without remembering any of the information about that. When you have to go into the crossword behavior, you kind of have to refresh yourself, but it's all in one place, and it's very, very well documented. All right, I've got -2 minutes for questions, so I guess I'll take them in the hallway, or if people want to try now, we can do something.
Yeah, I think we're out of time. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I didn't realize crosswords were that complex. That's really good. So next up in 5 minutes at 3:45, there's a keynote from Ryan Sipes about Thunderbird, the death and rebirth of an OSS project in the main hall. Thanks, everyone.